One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. apart your demons. Nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. I just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love.
keep me awake. So for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give
Greetings, everybody, and welcome to another day of the LCK. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler. We were on the imaginary desk yesterday, and now we are on the real desk today, the casting desk for ㅣ2022 up against Life Esports. On paper, looking like a one-sided match, but Life Esports, on the backs of ㅣ2022, have been looking decent lately.
Still gotta say, going up against ㅣ2022, even in their newly developing form, yeah, the core Showmaker Canyon still there, but the rest of the team, of course, swapped around, is still a formidable foe. And whereas I feel like Life has performed better than a lot of us expected, I don't know if that's gonna be enough to take it on, specifically a team like ㅣ2022, who even right now, I'd say, are a very formidable opponent.
They're definitely still very strong. They have upgraded in some places, and they are rebuilding in other places, let's say. And it's true, right?
Safe.
Yeah, it's very safe, and it is true, I think, that, you know, that top lane just struggling to find their footing in more ways than one. But we do have the points of the match ready, so let's hop into that and break down this matchup. Life on a 3-match loss streak versus ㅞ2022's chance to climb higher.
And for Life, the pressure isn't really on this match. I don't think anyone coming into this season expected a lot of this roster. Karis to me has been on the highlights. But for ㅞ2022, after winning the LCK so many times in a row, even with so many swap-ups, they kind of are expected to just take their place back at the top. And thus far, it's clear that that is not the case. They haven't really been able to show, and of course, we're going to talk about the top lane. Now, I do think that unlike some of the previous matches, this is one where Birdle should feel a lot more comfortable as a player that very clearly is at the beginning of his developmental curve, hasn't really played that much competitive matches, and Dudu should be someone that's matchable, because Dudu in the past has been serviceable. He's been an aggressive laner, but he hasn't been one of the big carries that we've seen from the top lane in the LCK.
Which jungler will lead the team to victory? ㅣ2022, who fought well even in a loss, versus 4 Pogs in 6 wins. ㅞ2022's solid ace Canyon. That hasn't really changed. Canyon and Showmaker still the core of the ㅞ2022 roster. Of course, they did add Duckdom and Kellen, which are seen to be a bit of an upgrade down there in the bottom lane. But yeah, I mean, ㅣ2022's definitely making a name here as one of the better junglers on a team that's struggling, and even when they lose, he comes out on top a lot of the time.
As we see the players here, the contrast in height always gets me.
Poor cameraman, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's got to go down, up, down.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
Well, it's actually pretty nice and uniform. It's just on fleek that throws off the curve. As I mentioned previously, I think to me the standout player for this team outside of on fleek, who I think his performance came as a little bit more of an expectation, considering his form in the past, has been Karis. We've seen challenger players struggle. Think to the bot lane of Liv Sandbox, one that is definitely not quite the form where we'd like them to be, even though they did win their game yesterday. But Karis individually, even after a lackluster debut last year on Gen G, where he subbed in for BDD, and it was not good and unfortunate, and something that I'm sure he wants to forget. And thus far, I think he's been able to make people do so. But he's up against Showmaker, and that always kind of stifles your shine, I personally say.
Yeah, it definitely does. But perhaps this is a chance to once again try to do his best here. As we're taking a look here at the ㅞ2022 roster, as we mentioned, Birdle will be starting today, and everybody else just in their starting spots as you would expect it. ㅞ2022, definitely a team I would say that there are some certain picks that you do not want to give them, but at the same time, they have a bit of a champion ocean, so that hasn't really changed, right? Like, you don't want to give them Twisted Fate, you don't want to give them Diana, but at the same time, you might run into Showmaker's Kassadin. So it's like, you know, what are we going to expect from ㅞ2022 today? I'm always excited whenever we do get into the draft, and don't let me forget about Aphelios for Duckdom, because that's probably the biggest one of them all. It's going to be fun. You know, will they pull out new picks? Will they show us that consistent standard that we've expected from them from a long time?
I think, barring some examples like the Rise, overall, even the meta that is pretty set in stone, and hopefully will change with 12.3 when it eventually comes in. We have seen a little bit more diversity, right? Lahen's front runner there, but ㅞ2022 always used to be a team that was very known for finding creative angles in draft, and Stats don't really tell the tale of Canyon. I think that he has been by far the strongest member, barring Dr. and Aphelios. Yep, hey, thank you for pointing out, Vel. That's 80% kill participation as the jungler over the entire game. Says so much for how important this player is for the rest of his team.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, out of all of these stats, I think that's the one that matters the most. Like, you could point out, hey, OnFlake's doing a lot of damage. That is true. I mean, when he's in these games, he does carry often for this team, so it makes sense. But other than that, being a part of so many kills as the jungler is huge. And we've seen a lot of camping from Canyon as well, where he's just like, no, I mean, my job isn't to farm. My job is just to get my bottom lane ahead. You know, like, let's feed Showmaker, let's feed Duckdom, and, you know, I'll just do my job. And a lot of that has been, you know, playing Diana, getting big engages off, playing Jarvan, you know, getting flash flag and drags off. And that's basically been him doing his job. I don't think he's been super flashy because of that, but he's still fantastic, as we expect from Canyon.
As, of course, a lot of fans here tonight in the audience. A lot to love on both teams, but as expected, a lot of Damwon Kia fans coming out here tonight, and this is an important one to win, I think, for them. As I mentioned previously, I think for Hanwha Life, it's a pretty low-stakes match. If you lose, you lost against Damwon Kia. It doesn't really matter, but a lot of eyes are also going to be on the top lane, because Birdle, I think, more promises than what Hoya has shown. Hoya really not the performance that you'd want in a top laner on any level, really, not looking even like the player was on Fred Brian.
Yeah.
Something going on there. And Birdle still unpolished, but at least with a little bit more promise.
Well, we know there's one idea on Showmaker's mind, and that is, how can I win this as fast as possible to go home as fast as possible?
Yes.
There's a Showmaker sign. This guy is a superstar in his own right. He's got a very, how can I put it? Not even just quirky, but it's like kind of like a fiery personality. It's very fun. It's spunky, maybe you could say. And he's always a lot of fun on stream, as well as in the games and in the interviews. Loves to pick weird stuff and still carry. Definitely a lovable player here in the LCK. As taking a look at Kesman here, Hanwha Life has decided to choose blue side. And that has been kind of the standard that we've been seeing over the last couple of weeks.
No surprises there. For me, the big picks on 12.2. There's still a lot remaining because, of course, 12.2 not really influenced by competitive play. So things like the Caitlyn, the Karma, the Twisted Fate. Obviously, the Corki, goes without saying, are still very high on the ban list. That's very cute.
It's, yeah, down one flower, but spelled like sunflower. Yeah, I love that. And of course, it did have Showmaker and Canyon as the highlights there. Makes sense. As we are going into the draft here, blue side for Hanwha Life means that they can go ahead and ban out all the really scary stuff from Damwon Kia.
As long as we don't see any Senna lanes into Caitlyn lanes, I think we can collectively be happy. Like the Diana ban here, that has been a really big pick for Damwon Kia. Poppy is a pick that has been rapidly rising. I know you've been a big fan of it from the beginning. We've been calling for it for what feels like the entirety of last year. Then wasn't really coming to the forefront until the very end of the year, and now very much one of the top tier junglers. Does exceptionally well into the Lees, the Jarvans, the Xin Zhaos, as it really creates a lot of difficulty. As looking right now, expecting a Caitlyn ban here from Damwon Kia, which would generally be matched by an Aphelios first pick here.
Yeah.
And it's against Damwon Kia, so you're basically forced to.
You have to.
You do not give Dr. Aphelios. It's really easy.
I mean, their bans were just set up perfectly for the Aphelios first pick.
It's completely fine.
We've had our doubts about Aphelios first pick, but I mean, when you're going into Damwon Kia, either you ban it or pick it. So do not let that go into the hands of Duckdom, and I think that's a good idea. Maybe
we will remember that Ziggs exist. You know, maybe that's a thing that will happen at some point in the LCK.
I wish.
I mean, Ruler played it of all people. Ruler!
I know.
The guy that never played anything but 80 carries. But maybe I'm asking too much, as the Leona prioritization here, meaning the Damwon Kia wants a consistent way of getting on top of that Aphelios. But interesting, because that is kind of hinting towards a little bit more aggression as opposed to the common answer, which is the Jinx and the Thresh.
Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking maybe like a Samira pickup here for Duckdom.
Yeah.
He's played it a bunch. He has some huge highlights on that pick. You know, might have a little bit of trouble in the lane, but as you mentioned, it's definitely the aggressive pick when you see that Leona. Xin Zhao going to be picked up here. I wish that we could see Bard. Maybe it'll be Janna, though, especially if you're expecting the aggression.
Yeah.
But good old reliable Braum comes back.
I don't love the Braum this early. It's never bad into the Leona, but I do think that Kia still have the opportunity to not go too all in on this idea of hard engaging, right? If you pick up the Jinx here, the amount of peel that you have available is somewhat lackluster, so that is unfortunate for Duckdom, but can still draft plenty of range to try and pelt from afar. Although if you go too heavy in the poke, obviously then the Braum gains value, so it's a nice pick, something that can provide a little bit of early aggression and synergizes decently with the Phalios.
That was a sign for G-Sun, actually. That said, I'm G-Sun's girlfriend. I actually think I know who that is. Yeah, it's someone that we've known for a while, so a fan of or a friend of the stream, I suppose you could say, and a good friend of G-Sun. Giving her the respect she deserves.
Nice. Glad we get the G-Sun shout out. Stream's not complete without it.
Absolutely. There will be more where that comes from, but a little bit later on, as we are seeing the LeBlanc and the Jarvan get taken away here. Like the Jarvan ban away from Canyon. He's been playing a lot of Jarvan, and it's just good right now. Just take that off the board, ban away Canyon if you can.
Viego ban, I'm expecting. Wondering whether we're going to ban Nah here and pick up the Gragas for Birdle. Pick that he's always going to succumb to, but instead, it will be the Akali taken away, or a pick that also has been steadily rising in priority, so might see some Gragas into Gnar shenanigans here come through if Kia want to save their jungle counter pick. And I honestly wouldn't mind it as much. I think that you can still take your comp in a lot of directions with the jungle pick, although teams haven't really opted into that too much. Viego open though, so I would not be shocked if instead it's just a Viego pick here. Although the Gwen would fit very much. Does mean that we would need to see either a tank or an AD character from Kia if they don't want to go too heavy in the magic damage.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see how high Gwen has gone on the tier list, especially as a blind pick. When you're just so comfortable to pick it into anything that you can blind it, you know, other picks are banned away. It just feels good. You know, it allows you to keep your counter pick for something else. Galio is going to be the follow-up here.
Galio Camille?
Yeah, there it is.
Okay. I like it a lot.
Straightforward.
Yeah. Think that this definitely creates some nice back and forths. Do think that there's some counter picks you can go for. I think a Kindred pick, for example, here would be absolutely insane, right?
Or like Poppy Jungle.
Yeah, I mean, Poppy's. I like it. Okay, I'm trying.
I think
trying
both
to find
are
a
fine.
way.
Olaf is not fine.
That will be shocking. Okay. Wow.
I don't even know what to think of this.
Me neither.
It almost feels like Canyon's like, let's get that Olaf win rate up. It's too low.
Hey, Croco won a game.
It looks too bad. Like, let me help. I don't know, man. There were so many good options available. This is definitely the more aggressive option, I suppose.
Yeah, I wonder what the thought process is here, because there is, of course, a benefit to the Olaf that we haven't really seen utilized, so maybe Kang will be able to do so. The tempo lead that he's able to generate early against the Xin Zhao, plus the fact that he's one of the few junglers that can reliably win 2v2s and 1v1s in basically any scenario, given enough time, is something that definitely needs to be respected, but he doesn't really have anything to, or anyone to enable him besides Leona in the early game. There's no Lulu, there's no Karma, these kind of Oriana, the picks that we really like with the Olaf. And I think that later in the game, Aphelios is going to say, oh wow, you're walking into me, thank you. I really like that. That makes me very happy. And the Hololive comp here, I think it's great. Has a lot of hard engage, a lot of backline dive, and well, you have some ways of dealing with it between the Victor and the Gwen. I gotta say, I like the comp from Hanwei more than the one from Damwon Kia. That
Yeah.
kind of throwing me off.
It's just crazy because Damwon Kia had so many options to round out their composition excellently, you know, defensively at least, to provide peel to their hyper carries that need peel, right? But they're not going to go for that as we do jump into game number 1 here. As you mentioned, maybe they want to keep the tempo high and start off here, kind of go with the, I think it was old Gen G of last year, right? Where they would pick like Azir Jinx
Yes.
and then fight in the early game and win anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what they're deciding to do. Just
Hey,
feels like a strange idea.
They have an ex-Gen G member in Birdle.
Yeah.
You know, I guess it makes sense in a way. I don't think that the Olaf is necessarily going to be a huge liability in the early game, but it just creates such a pressure on Canyon to get something done early. And that has not traditionally been where he's shown, right? He's been the best when he can kind of carry his team, when he can find them really nice engages. Diana has been the big pick for that, but the Jarvan has been really good as well. So I'm really interested to see what they're going to do with this Olaf pick, how they're going to utilize it, and in what way they're thinking of applying that pressure around the map. Because if I look at the Hanwei Live comp, I don't need to explain it to you. It's Camille Galio, right? With a Xin Zhao, everyone dives in. Some D just stands there with frozen ultimate, and that's basically it. It's very self-explanatory. The sidelining is great. They have good scaling. Although I'd expect Gwen in the 1v1 to still have an edge. But then Galio kind of throws that off, so a lot of opportunities there. But I would also not be surprised if Damwon Kia says, okay, we have Jinx and Victor, so we just win late no matter what. So just, can you get us there? And then that's the end of it.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
I don't know.
it's just, we've seen a lot of compositions like this from Hanwei Life where it doesn't matter what the enemy is playing. If you get a good engage, you know, you can have like 5 hyper carries and it won't matter even if you're 50 minutes into the game because somebody's going to die, right? Like Camille will choose a target and that person will probably die if there's no peel for them. So, you know, I'm not even sure if at that point Damwon Kia's composition is going to be all that great. Like it's, you know, on paper, perhaps, with all their scaling, but, you know, I'm not sure. And, you know, you could say, like, Olaf as a champion within his kit, he has a lot of ways to deal with CC, and if he gets really big, then, you know, he can run through the Xin Zhao, he can run through the Camille, the Galio, and maybe get something done. But as you pointed out, since he has no support and he's running into Aphelios, eventually that's just not going to be very good. He's going to be running away more of the time.
Yeah, it's in the long run, this is not going to be a sustainable plan. But the equation changes if this Olaf pick is able to get you a bunch of early kills, right? As we do see, it has actually been successful in terms of overall stats, but stats in of itself don't mean that much, right? We always have to look to kind of contextualize them, as we do see that early gank opportunity not really being found by On Fleek, meaning that Canyon full clear at 308, now going to make his way, and that is feeling like a 3 double scuttle, so a nice tempo advantage. On Fleek still has to clear his entire jungle, and this is what we're talking. This is what needs to happen if you want to get any leverage out of the Olaf pick, and if you also turn this into Drakes, turn this into early Heralds, then maybe we can be convinced about the Olaf. And it's hard, I know. I think we're collectively a little bit skeptical, but I'm always open to convincing arguments, Valdez.
LCK teams are just really good at playing against Olaf. I think they have a lot of experience. They know exactly how to handle him. And we just haven't had him have a lot of success here in the LCK, which is why, you know, maybe compared to some other broadcasts, you'll see us not be as happy with the pick. And it definitely makes sense. But don't want to harp on it too much. We'll see how far ahead he can get. He did pick up the double scuttle. He should be picking up all these early objectives as well. That's definitely what you would expect. As long as the laners stay safe and nobody gets caught out by the Xin Zhao early ganks, should be feeling pretty good in the early game here for Damwon.
I'm not expecting too much difficulty, as of course the Brom lane gonna have a little bit more pressure in lane, but Dogdam and Callan are completely fine with that. They're not really looking to make anything happen. Very much a stalemate. So I like the call start. I haven't talked about yet from Dogdam here. I think that is a really, really nice kind of way of saying, okay, I'm acknowledging nothing's going to happen in this lane. Just going to look to hit our item spikes a little bit earlier and maybe leverage that later on. As 15 seconds till the first Drake, and now Canyon can take control of River. Has a sizable lead in terms of CS. one level up on Fleek right now, and honestly, with the priority, it's kind of hard to actually make a play on Dragon, so not going to be able to do so.
Fleek is here, just waiting. I think everybody knows what the potential play will be. The ping comes down on the Drake. As you see, Fleek is here again. He's on vision, and he's got Karis with the push advantage coming on down. So Canyon says, well, I can't actually take this early Drake.
Yeah, exactly what you'd expect, right? As mentioned, it's really hard. Although an actual fight could be good here.
Yeah, Canyon chasing this one down as the Galio will come in. No level 6 for Canyon just yet, and they are trying to jump on Fleek, and they will pick up that kill. Here comes the rotation down from the bottom lane. Life does get there earlier, but now it's a 4v3. Showmaker still at full health, means that, you know, Fleek maybe getting in there a little bit too far. Canyon able to track him down, and that means that they will pick up this first dragon.
Can't get baited in. Yes, you're Xin Zhao, you're strong in the early game, but you're not as strong as an Olaf. And there we see the fact that the bot lane for Humble Life has priority means nothing because they're fighting in the upper half of the river. And getting an early kill on a Drake is exactly what was ordered here. As Damwon Kia are going to feel a lot better now that the Olaf picks up the first blood here, right? And we see the backs come through. And Canyon knows he has a limited window. The rest of his bot lane is on its way as well. And look at the positioning of the gravity field from Showmaker here as well, right? Basically forcing them to fight this 2v2. And they don't have enough damage to burst down the Olaf. And if he can just start auto-attacking the W up, you're not going to get out alive.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, you know, if you get caught by the Olaf, you're not going to have a good time. And it was a max range undertow that did come in from Canyon. So nicely set up there mechanically from him as well. That's that early lead we're going to be looking for. So we don't have Chemtech Drake anymore for now. We have the Hex Tech coming out here first and the Cloud Drake next. So only 3 options. Could be Infernal, Ocean, or Mountain. I think Infernal would really push the envelope here, and I feel like kind of favor Damwon Kia with these early Drakes if they do end up getting that soul.
I think Mountain would be exceptional as well. Imagine playing a dive comp into a team with Mountain Soul. Just make sure windows a lot less than there would otherwise be. As oh boy,
getting in here now. The needles though are coming out, but this is what you were talking about. The Galio comes in, but it might not matter. Bernal is able to pick up the kill, but he will go down as the assist is giving over to Camille. They do take out the Gwen as well.
Yeah, you'll take that as Bertel. That's a 1-for-1 trade. Dudu already used his teleport, you didn't, and a full wave is going in on mid. So nice ability to turn that play around. A little bit of disjointedness from Dudu and Karis. Not quite in time to actually save, because if you get the 1-for-0 trade that, then it's fine. But now, Damwon Kia still trading up.
Yeah, starts off with dodging the stun. And as you mentioned, you know, this hero's entrance pretty late. You know, maybe if they get the knock up on the Gwen a little bit earlier, could have saved him. But yeah, just saying. Also, Galio came up here.
Yeah, and that's on Dudu, right? He's the one that sets up the play. And if Karis is not yet in range, you can't immediately go for that.
Yeah.
As, Kellen and Dogdom.
Now some fighting coming in here. The concussive blows onto Kellen, and now Samdi gets in there as he is able to pick up the kill in the 2v2 down in the bottom side. Not something you would always expect, but Samdi and Vista playing well in the last couple of days.
Yeah, really nicely done. Able to leverage their level lead into a kill as well. Kellen not yet level 6, respecting the Glacial Fissure that comes through from the Brom. And that is something that was very necessary for Humble Life, because they were slowly starting to kind of lose control of this game, and you're down a level, never going to feel quite good about this, and I think that 2v2 is also not something you're ever going to be able to get any leverage out of, as Damwon Kia, right? The Aphelios is just not going to die with the Brom right next to him, way too much damage can be tanked, unless you have help from a jungler. Canyon not near that play, so
yeah.
Unfortunate mistake from Kellen, because giving over early kills, although went to Brom, which I guess you'll take, not ideal for Damwon Kia, as the second Drake slowly starts coming into the view of our teams here, and picking up a second one would be amazing for Damwon.
Yeah, definitely would. As you mentioned, Life really needed that kill because elsewhere on the map, it's not really going too well, right? The top lane was a good trade for Damwon. Showmaker's up 30 CS on the Galio, especially with the roam and the timing that happened up on the top side and the push that was going in on mid lane, him missing all that farm. And, you know, at least they get a kill for the bottom side because they also lost the Rift Herald. So things basically entirely going Damwon Kia's way. They have some pretty nice wards set up around the dragon as well. There are some teleport wards, but it's not after 14 minutes. So Life not going to be able to use that to join a fight around the dragon if they really wanted to. A different League of Legends that we are playing nowadays.
Oh, yeah. Also note, Kane going for the Gourd, not for the Gourd Drinker, but for the Divine Thunder instead on the Olaf here. So a really interesting transition, as we historically have basically only seen Gourd Drinker, considering the amount of synergy it has with Olaf, right? The lower you go, the better it feels, and Olaf is a champion in general that likes to go as low as he can without dying, utilizing his W and passive very, very effectively. I don't think you can match this on Life. I think there's no way that you can safely contest this dragon. And then with the Herald also going the way of Damwon Kia, it looks like this Olaf definitely doing what it deserved earlier. And this all goes back to that first kill that we found, right? And then some individual highlight moments from Birdle in the top lane.
Yeah, and, you know, that's why when we first saw this pick, we were like, ooh, I don't know, but it is Damwon Kia, and it is Canyon. We're seeing the ways that Olaf can have power in the early game, so doesn't happen all the time, especially in very passive kind of LCK games, but with how proactive Canyon has been in terms of making sure he gets all of the objectives, even the extra kill, and dominates the jungle, means that it can have power early on. He's already 800 gold up here. Showmaker, actually, I'm surprised he's not more ahead.
Birdle! He missed it, Valdez.
Oh. I was wondering what we were getting the zoom-ins on. I'm like, I didn't see anything. I thought he was fine. Yeah, here's Canyon. He's like, no, this is my jungle. What are you trying to do here on Fleek? Ragnarok does come out here. I almost said Renekton. We don't see Renekton here in this league. Canyon still on the run. He is going to get slowed up, and he might be in a little bit of trouble here. He does have his flash, as now with Camille coming in, Canyon going a little bit too deep on this one, and he will be punished for it.
Yeah, uncharacteristic mistake from Canyon there. Not able to hit his axis. And on Fleek, he knows he just has to stall, right? The rest of Damwon Kia can't collapse there because of the imminent threat of the Galio ultimate as well as the Camille already rotating.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, not really necessary there to dive that deep. And I think that Damwon Kia have the right idea by trying to force fights out of Hanwha Life and then using the power of that Olaf. But you do actually need to make sure that you're in an advantageous position, which in this case, not quite there, and that's axe number 1. And then this is really the big one. And now Canyon knows, oh boy,
yeah.
Oh boy, there is a Galio coming. And that's why the rest of the team also can't respond, right? Camille is extremely mobile in these type of situations. And the rest of the team says, goodbye Canyon, sorry, we can't help you here.
Yeah, I mean, imagine On Fleek was close to dying. Canyon could have just turned on him.
Yep.
He could have tried to kill the Xin Zhao, even with the Galio rotating. You know, you get that kill, you handle the Galio, and then your teammates can respond. But definitely a good point that he's not quite putting out the damage, and so it took a little bit too long, and he does get caught out. As Damwon Kia is still in the lead, even after that little mix-up there. It is Infernal Soul after all, so
Oh boy.
we'll see just how fast they're going to be able to get this Infernal Soul.
I think Kenny might have been, I'm not sure if he was either looking for a dive, because Dudu was about half health, or whether he just wanted to cover for Birdle to shove in the wave. And then he ran into Onfleet. Either way, unfortunate scenario, not the end of the world, still took a gold lead and 2 Drakes. And the 2 Drakes, that's the big one, because that is something where, as Damwon Kia, that's going to give you a lot of leeway as you rotate around the rest of the map. Because if you look at the item spikes now, all the big ones have been hit, right? We see the Rift Maker for Gwen, Showmaker has his Ludens available, Dogdom has the Kraken Slayer, which I think is going to be very, very nice into the amount of tankiness and health that's available on the enemy team. but we haven't really seen a 5v5 yet. That's where I think the first real test comes for Kia, because then we're going to see how well can they defend that backline against the Hanwha Life Dive.
Yeah, that's really the question. I mean, you could be down a lot of gold and it not matter, again, if you just blow up somebody on the enemy team immediately. As here we go, the Ignite is in. The Needles are basically all landing as well, and Kellen was up here trying to support just in case, to allow Bertel to get aggressive just in case someone from the side of Hanwha Life did come up. And yeah, just trying to set up here for the second Rift Herald as well. They'd like to take it now so that they can be ready for the Infernal Drake, but you can see that Hanwha Life now, you know, you mentioned it, they said, well, we haven't had a 5v5 fight yet. Let's try to go for that. But as this is going on, Duckdom is getting free pot shots on the bottom turret.
Yeah, the key thing here is, of course, that Kia reads this response, and instead of doing what we've seen a lot in the LCK, teams have gotten a lot smarter about this.
Especially Damwon and Genji.
Yeah,
I think those are the two teams.
Even T1, who was notorious for always going.
Oh, that was close. As Bertel was in a little bit of trouble, as he is actually in a lot of trouble. Down he goes, Kars with his ultimate. Now 2-0-1 is this Galio. He's going AP, he's doing a lot of damage already. He's able to collapse and even get some pot shots on this top turret.
It's not fair, Valdez. Top lane is supposed to be 1v1, and it's not. That's the whole point of the Galio. As Kara's with the Predator, Galio actually doing an exceptional job. Personally, I like the Predator a lot more as opposed to the Aftershock that we see a lot, especially considering the builds that a lot of our Galios go for. As Showmaker needs to be careful, but as long as the Camille or the Galio are nowhere near, then you don't have to be nearly as scared. This Drake, though, if it goes over to Kia, Soul Point this early on in the game, I don't think you can give this up. You're not that far behind.
Yeah.
It's only 2k. This is such an important objective, and Hanwha Life is given up for free.
Yeah, OnFleek was on the top Rift Herald, and the kill just happened in the top lane. So the two of them, Galio and Camille, they both backed, and they weren't ready for the Drake. So I think that's a little bit of a macro slip up, a little bit slow on the play, and Damwon just gets a free Drake. And, I mean, they're already ahead on gold. You know, say what you want about this kill up in the top side. Kia is still feeling pretty good.
It's a nice bait here by Dudu. Unlike the first time, this time around, he knows very well aware of where his teammate is. A little bit of sidestepping by Bertel, not going to change anything. But I'm pretty sure as Bertel, after that play, you go into alternate chat / alternate worth because they got one kill on the Gwen, who still was able to snip through both that wave, and you now have Soul Point as Kia in a composition with 4.5 damage dealers, so that's pretty good. I'd personally say. I think you'll take that trade.
Yeah, and Showmaker the entire game, he has just been sitting mid and farming.
Yeah.
And
it's 211. Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I was watching the LEC, and everybody over there calls it chovying, and this is just like the new verbiage now of when you just get a bunch of CS per minute, above 10 CS per minute at least. I think is the official description of chovying.
The interesting thing is that Chovy himself has been doing a lot less chovying than Showmaker this split. Because I think Chovy has had some uncharacteristically weak performances in lane. And to his credit, he's also been way more active on the map.
Yeah.
Right? So his chovying is actually reduced, and Showmaker sitting here at roughly 220 CS at 18 minutes. And once that Victor hits a second item, that backline dive is going to become a lot harder for Hanwha Life, and normally that window gets hit a little bit later. And I don't think that with a comp like this it's ever quite done, as Ragnarok is forced, because it's only one misposition that you need, even later in the game. But into a fed Victor that can just place down a Gravity Field, a Chaos Storm, and then run away very, very quickly. It's going to be harder and harder, Valdez.
Yeah, definitely will be. As I wonder at what point we will have to stop saying chovying and then switch over to showmakering, because it's definitely the way that spring has been going so far. Just to put an end to that topic. As yeah, we're kind of just waiting for this next Drake, 2.5 minutes. This is definitely the one that Hanwha Life will say, okay, we can't give this up because it's too free. You know, you're getting some wins on the map as Hanwha Life. You still have your 5v5 dive comp. You might as well use it instead of you know, just giving away all the objectives for free. So it's definitely what we would expect, as Showmaker is quite large at this moment in time. Already has 2 items. there is not a lot of MR on the opposite side on the enemy team. He has Sork Boots and Ludens, that's enough, and he's got Lichbane already becoming more and more popular, and a stopwatch. So he's just going to be...
He's good.
He's going to be popping some of those guys on the enemy team, plus he's going to have some survivability.
And here you see the benefit of Dogdom just staying in that lane, right? Like the main reason why he's up this much gold is because he was able to get that first turret bot in his own pockets. And that is something that we see more and more teams realize and play accordingly to, as I think Birdle thus far having a much more comfortable game than we've seen in the past. I think one of the deaths, very unfortunate, the one, although they got a Drake, could have maybe played that a little bit more respectful, not gone in on that Camille that was walking around a little bit too happily on half a health bar, the first time out around finding a trade. And I think as opponents of Damwon Kia, I'd be moderately scared if they do start having a top laner, which thus far hasn't really been the case as much.
Yes.
I think that's a good development for the LCK. Bad development for the teams in the LCK that are not Damwon. Yeah.
Yeah, if they find consistency in the top lane, I mean, even with how strong Genji and T1 look, maybe Damwon's the strongest team.
I mean, we're not going to get, just like we shouldn't be too hard on Birdle, we also need to not get overexcited. It's a single game. Yeah, he's playing Glenn into Voodoo. But still, no. I mean, I'm mainly holding myself back. You know, I have the tendency to get overexcited sometimes, as so does Dogdom.
Speaking of which, yeah. Jinx is having fun. And basically we sat around for 2 minutes and farmed. And now we're ready to fight because the Drake is coming up. Humalife, as I mentioned, you can't give this one away for free. We're trying to clear out the vision as much as possible. You see even Vista on Fleek being melee alongside Akaris. It's kind of scary to get on in there and clear that ward. Dudu, pretty nice flank here on the right side. Takes a little bit of damage as Humalife have taken position now on the Drake.
Pretty big there. Birdle's duty is to sweep out Dudu. Dudu cannot get onto the enemy backline. That is the main thing.
He's keeping pretty good tabs on him so far. He's down a scanner as Birdle, but he sees him again. There's a bit of poking, you know, that's absolutely going to go the way of Damwon Kia. They have the poke, Humalife have the hard engage. So it's going to come down to losing as little health as possible for Hanwha, and then getting an engage onto someone that is scary. But take a look at the positioning from Damwon. The carries are up on the top side as far away from Humalife as possible.
They know.
Yeah. We're going to see this rotation coming in, so they may want to reposition here, Damwon. Very careful on this play, extremely careful, as Samdi is going to take a bunch of damage there in the front. Dudu finally brings up the cards. He has to stopwatch before he even pulls the trigger. Finally goes into his ultimate, and this is just messy. They are not getting anything done on the back line. Damwon Kia do it perfectly. Not sure about that flash from Showmaker, but it doesn't matter. Free Infernal Soul will go the way of Damwon, and they might even get the Baron too.
That's a flash. But it doesn't matter. And here you see the issue for Hanwha Life against the Damwon Kia. They might not be the form that they were in the previous split, but they have played against a dive composition in that time, and they piloted it perfectly here. Such good taps being kept on Dudu right until the very point where he goes for the engage, and it's just Kellen waiting for him, right? Immediately ready to go with the stun. Now they have Infernal Soul. Now they have the Baron. And from this point onward, as Hanwha Life with that engage not working out, I'm pretty sure that we're going to see Damwon just relentlessly move on. Look again, it's still Birdle, right? Like Birdle and Kalin are just ready. You don't hit Dogdom and Showmaker, they're just not opening any space.
This is so funny, he hook shots over the wall and immediately Leona just stuns him as, I don't want to talk about that flash from Showmaker.
You wanted to kill, Valdez.
Yeah.
I respect it. It was not a good flash, but it happened.
He's only killed minions this entire time. He really just wanted a champion kill. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like super messy play, perfect positioning from Damwon Kia. And there wasn't really much that Humalife could do. They were tracked down at every turn, and now they're down 5,000 gold, 5,500 golds against Baron and Infernal Soul. Damwon Kia might just sail on to a clean victory here.
Imagine that if you had the Hextech Rift. The possibilities, Valdez. But there was no Hextech Rift. There's only Infernal Rift, and Infernal Rift is turned into Infernal Soul, and now Damwon Kia have amazing siege, a lot of safety. Although Dudu does have a teleport, but look, there's no flanks. There's no wards available. Damwon Kia is just in complete control of the vision that they have been And I do have to say, a lot of that does actually go back to that Olaf.
Yeah, it's funny the way that the Olaf has actually worked out really nicely in this game. It's nice in this microcosm, right? If we had sat around and done nothing, it would have been a very different story, you know, or even if Hamalife had been able to fight better over the first Drake, right? Goes back to that first fight that we did have as well. So a lot of things have changed the way that this Olaf has looked. As you see Hamalife, they're trying desperately to stop this push. Some pretty awesome siege on the side of Damonkia, once again with all of their poke from the Jinx and the Victor. As even the Solar Flare are going to come in here, and Dudu just doesn't get to engage. We never get to see the Galio and Camille actually line up in a 5v5. It's just not going to happen this game.
There's just no angles, right, being given over by Damonkia, and that's the whole issue. If you can't ever find that backline access, if every time the Damonkia pushes forward, the flanks are being covered, Birdo is standing watch, and Dudu can never get a Hextech Ultimated on a Jinx or a Victor, you're gonna lose, right? We saw that really clear in that earlier skirmish. Like, in terms of poke, Hamalife is not it. They're very short range. They need to actually get on top of the longer range composition. They've been completely unable to do so. And yeah, there's not a lot to be done. And yeah, I agree with you, Veldas. You know, you can pick Teemo for all I care, as long as you use the Champions kit well. And we've seen two. No, I'm sure there's a situation which would work, right? Like, the key thing here is that in the LCK, I think we often get a little bit suspicious because teams pick aggressive champions and then sit on them for 30 minutes, and then we go, why would you do that? Why? And in this case, that didn't happen. Is that a little bit in part to OnFleek trying to find Olaf being a level down?
Yes.
But I'll take it.
Yeah. I mean, as I said before, you know, Olaf, I think, gets more leeway on other broadcasts because here in the LCK, we've just been a little bit scarred by Olaf, and
we've been hurt before.
What he's done to us, you know, to be honest, you know, I'm just gonna let it all out now. It's been a hard time with Olaf here at the LCK, but thankfully Canyon is bringing him back into our hearts slowly but surely, showing us the way. And it seems like the way here for Damonkia is to just siege forever. I mean, there's no reason not to, I suppose. They're so far ahead, they're just pushing on in. Even Canyon able to tank up in the front line. As Dudu, every single time we see this, it's just Birdo bullying him. It's not very fun for Dudu in this game.
It's a very cleanly played out game by Dom. A couple of mistakes left and right. It's the perfect sentence to botch. You know? Cleanly played out.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm like, yeah, it's definitely cleaner than that sentence, that's for sure.
Should have. Atlas would have gone for that.
Yeah, you know.
Would have. I appreciate
me and you are too nice to each other.
I appreciate you, Veldas. There we go. Another example of it.
We should have, you know, phoned a friend, gotten Atlas in for the for the insult, then moved on. I'm sure he'll give us one during the analyst carpet space.
You know, there is still a way for Hanwha. It's the LCK special. There's an Elder flip to be found, but it's a 9k gold lead and an Infernals. So, I think as far as five stopwatches, Veldas.
Yeah.
How do you feel about this?
I mean, this is just great. I mean, this is what you're supposed to do.
Tell me more.
This is why stopwatch was put in the game, I feel like, to be honest. Like, it's a cheaper version of zombies. It's meant to be abused in this way. You just get it before a big fight when you're ahead, and you just will not lose the fight. Unless you totally botch something, and that's very difficult when you're this far ahead. So, yeah, I mean, as the stopwatch connoisseur, I'd give Hanwha chances of winning against this many stopwatches a 0%. What do you think?
It's a Veldas 0. I mean, I'm going to follow you. You're the stopwatch expert, Veldas. I'm completely with you on that one. And in addition, again, there's very little opportunities for flanks. The team is not in position. They're not going to be able to contest this.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, that was a lot of build up to nothing.
All right, Mr. Elder. Not very important in this game. Hamalife have decided that
just you need Baron as well. Okay, Phil.
Yeah.
You need both.
And they are going to go for it. Just waiting for the Jinx, maybe.
Better safe than sorry, right? You're playing into a dive comp. You don't want to randomly give up a Baron and then get shoved in and then somehow lose control of the game with all your bounties going over. as long as they take both these two buffs and then just 5-man it down mid lane and just sprint into the enemy base, I'm perfectly happy with this.
Yeah, I mean, Showmaker's on the team. I'm sure that's exactly what he's saying to his team right now. He's like, go bot.
Go.
There's one turret left, one inhibitor left. I suppose there are 3 turrets left, but they're actually going top. They're just going to leave Bertle down on the bottom side. And Humalife here looking to collapse onto the Gwen.
As they should.
Looks like they should be able to as well. The Galio ultimate once again a little bit late as Bertle is fighting against 4 people.
He has Elder though, and he's Gwen.
Okay, they finally did it, but he's still got a kill onto the Camille. Gotta love it, as Onfleek is going to be taken out here by Canyon, who still has his Sterix gauge. And even Karis is going to be taken out as well. That's going to be the end of the game, guys. Dom and Kia having their fun at the end. Duck Dom wants another kill. And looks like he will be denied it, as Showmaker is just literally running in, gets the kill, and picks up the Nexus. A pristine game from Dom Kia to start off the night here. Exactly what you would expect on paper, and they get the job done.
There's some tiny points of improvement left and right. Bertle, if he plays it a little bit slower there, the rest of his team a bit farther up, then it's a little cleaner, right? There's some kills going over. There's some flashes that will not be spoken of. But overall, I think this is the one-sided affair that we expect coming in tonight. Dom Kia clearly outmatching Hanwha Life in every opportunity. Even the few plays that I thought were nicely done by Hanwha didn't really lead to anything. And honestly, like, I look at the draft, I see the idea. I think it is a coherent draft. It has a clear idea of what they want to achieve. They tried making it work, and then it didn't. Because Damwon read them too well.
Yeah, just got too far behind. I think the jungle diff was a little bit too big. And Canyon says, yeah, let me show you why Olaf can be good. And something we've asked for from many Olaf players in the past. As this says, of course, Showmaker is the best. A nice little Teemo emote. Seems good. As everybody's standing up here except one over on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Definitely, as you mentioned before, there's not a lot of pressure coming into this series because, again, if you lose to Dom Kia, it's okay. I mean, it's kind of expected. So definitely a learning process for them as a team. They are absolutely rebuilding over on their side. The numbers here, definitely one-sided to Dom Kia.
It's a very clean gold graph as well. There wasn't really that much to talk about this game because it felt like from the beginning you could just see Hanwha Life kind of struggling to deal with the pressure that was coming out, and they never really recuperated. The fact that Galio, of all champions, almost did the most damage on the team, I think says a lot. And for Hanwha Life, I'd say try to fix it in draft, but I don't really know if you can. I feel like Damo Kia might just a little bit too big.
Well, guys, we're going to go to a break, and then we will come back with the analyst carpet space. Don't go anywhere. We will be back.
네, 그랜 놀. 무시 그거 그랜 하고 그냥 우리 끝내러 가자. 끝내러 가자 이거. 끝난 듯. 끝난 듯. 매드노 위식던가.
카밀 죽여줄게.
너의 무대인데?
야 카밀 죽여줄게 까비.
아, 나 개 못했다.
끝날게.
아쉬운데? 아, 다 잡는 건데. 나 싸우면 안 되냐?
싸울까?
나 진짜 너무 노잼이야. 아, 이걸 다 못 잡네.
나는
아니, 너무 재미없는데? 아니요. 잡아줘. 돌풍 없어.
잡아줘.
땡겨줄게.
끝났어.
나이스.
오, 와우.
롤도 보고 LCK도 복습하고 영어도 배우는 의외로 유익한 콘텐츠.
범연아 밥 먹어라 하고 엄마가 방문을 열어도 급하게 알트탭 누를 필요가 없습니다.
볼쌤과
정연쌤의
레어 클래스
지금 시작합니다.
매주 LCK 중계에서 나온 표현을 가르쳐주는 Call of the Week. 지난주 프레드 프리언 대 젠지 경기를 한번 다시 볼까요?
That he could be under fire, and this is really impressive. This is a player that got caught out in the top lane so many times. He is playing pretty chill.
He's playing pretty chill. 모건이 라인 안쪽에서 플레이하는 걸 보고 칠하게 플레이한다고 말하죠. 칠, 아주 재미있는 단어예요. 원래 쌀쌀한, 차가운, 냉기, 오한 이란 뜻인데 이럴 때 여유롭다, 느긋하다는 뜻이에요. Chilly winter morning은 쌀쌀한 겨울 아침이지만 I'm just chilling at home은 나 그냥 집에서 쉬는 중입니다. 완전 다른 느낌이죠. Hey, don't worry. Just chill. 야, 괜찮아. 진정해. 침착해. 여유롭게 해. Relax처럼 쓸 수 있고요. Lowell Park is so chill tonight. 조용한 mood 설명할 수도 있어요. He's playing pretty chill. 여유롭다는 chill이었습니다.
협곡에서 자주 쓰는 단어나 표현을 딥하게 파고드는 롤링 인 더 딥. LCK를 보다 보면 이런 말이 참 많이 나오죠. CC기가 예술로 들어갔다. 이 팀은 CC 지옥이다. 여기서 CC가 뭘 말하는지는 플레이하는 사람도 알고 또 보는 사람도 알지만 정확히 무슨 뜻인지 여러분은 알고 계신가요? 게임에서의 CC기, CC 스킬은 바로 Crowd Control, 군중 제어라는 뜻입니다. 내가 스킬을 썼을 때 상대가 마음대로 움직이지 못하도록 행동을 제어하고 행동에 제한을 둔다는 의미로 Crowd, 사람들, 군중, 무리, 그리고 Control, 지배, 제어, 조절이 합쳐진 단어입니다. CC는 일상생활 중에 정말 많이 볼 수 있는 두 문자어 중 하나인데요. 클템님, 그 이메일 저한테도 CC 좀 걸어주세요. 할 때의 carbon copy, 복사본, 참조. 유튜브에 있는 CC 버튼은 closed caption, 자막이란 뜻입니다. 우리나라에선 CC가 캠퍼스 커플로도 많이 알려져 있죠. 지금까지 군중 제어 스킬을 뜻하는 크라우드 컨트롤을 한번 배워봤습니다.
롤 챔피언 대사로 영어를 배우는 Champion Says. 오늘의 주인공은 리그 오브 레전드 공식 커플 자야와 러칸입니다. 협곡으로 데이트 가는 자야와 러칸. 두 챔피언은 어디로 갈지 고민하다가 자야가 러칸한테 물어봐요.
Where do we go?
Wherever our hearts desire.
Where do we go? 우리 어디 가?
Wherever our hearts desire. 마음 내키는 곳이면 어디든. Wherever, 어디에나 어디든 이란 뜻인데요. 친구가 너 라인 어디 갈래? 물어봤을 때 wherever 이렇게 대답하면 아무데나 어느 라인이든 상관없어 이런 뜻이에요. Heart, 마음, desire, 바라다, 갈망하다 두 단어 합쳐져서 마음 가는 대로, 마음 내키는 대로 라는 뜻이에요. 레헨 선수가 지난번에 갑자기 시니스 픽해서 모두 놀랐죠.
아직도 3이나 보면은 마오카이 서폿이랑 혹시
He definitely picked whatever his heart desired. 마음 가는 대로 시니스 픽했다는 말입니다. 하지만 롤 플레이 할 때는 꼭 팀원들과 잘 이야기하고 픽해야 돼요. 게임도 보고 영어도 배우는
울프쌤과 정연쌤의 레알 클래스.
오늘은 chill, crowd control, wherever 배워봤어요.
다음 시간에 또 만나요.
See you next time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to these thrones of wisdom atop this glorious conduit of intelligence. Unfortunately, we have no access to either of these things when it comes to actually getting the information out, so you'll have to deal with just us trying to break down that game. Let's bring up the draft onto your screen. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and this was Damwon Kia being a way better team than Harmon Life Esports.
Yeah, you and I didn't really like Damwon Kia's draft at all, but especially the way it started. The Leona pick prioritized so heavily when she's not sitting at a great win rate right now. Plus, there's just no real reason where you have to take this early. Thresh completely ignored here by both sides when it's an incredibly strong pair with both the Aphelios and the Jinx. It was kind of a puzzling draft here, to be totally honest, and at the end, we were both worried for Damwon Kia because they got the Galio Camille, which is currently, until this game, you know, right now on a big winning streak 3-0. So felt like, okay, the Olaf slots in here is, okay, we can get through all that CC, but beyond that, like, where does this comp go for Damwon Kia? We were worried that if they didn't have a lead, that we're not going to be able to pull it off.
Well, exactly, and we can bring up that combo as well, the Leona and the Olaf, which together haven't found any wins. As you can see, 5 and 8 for the Leona. Been played a whole bunch of times. Olaf is 1-1 right now, but the first performance was really indicative of that classic alone Olaf situation where he just wasn't able to get anything done. I think that was Croco, but that was my memory that gives me that one. We know that Croco is much better than what we initially knew, right?
In this pairing, we've only seen the one time before this, but it also was winless. Both these champions really struggling early on in the season to find those wins. And I gotta say, like, I thought they played it fairly well, but I didn't trust it in the draft at first. And as we start to take a look at some of these highlights, you guys will see how it all came together. It was a lot of lane kingdom for these players here on Damwon Kia.
Exactly right. And so we are going to get into our first highlight here. This is the first blood that went down. Canyon, like, basically, if you have an Olaf comp, if you have a composition like this, yes, you outrange and you have a lot of scaling in the Jinx and Victor and things like this, but the team play and the coordination and the dive is so effortless from Harmon Life Esports if they manage to make it work. But the Olaf gets off on the right foot, and from there, it's Harmon Life trying to fight back from this deficit. And yes, they try to focus Bertol, but it straight up didn't matter because he just laned so much better than Dudu did.
Yeah, and so did Showmaker. Of course, it's a pretty easy matchup with the Victor into the Galio, but his lead in that lane helped him set up that kill when those undertows hit. I don't know, I wanted to call that a haymaker. Undertows hit, and then that pick sets up the first Drake, and then they kept using those Drake advantages to snowball their lead. It ended up being an Infernal Soul, which was fantastic for Damwon Kia. But I think it could have been anything with the lead they had.
No, it didn't
Soul
matter,
did crash through, but it was very much a mid-game of, okay, our Soul laners are way better than their opponents. We got good matchups in the lane. We're gonna have prio. Most of the gold lead in that mid-game as well was just in CS numbers.
No, exactly right. And Showmaker was absolutely dominating there, as well as that top side of the map, despite the fact that Bertol got a lot of attention. We saw Camille Galio did its job, I guess, by grabbing a couple of kills on the Gwen in like the early and the mid game, but it did not matter. Let's bring up the next highlight. And the thing that, like, I want way more time to break down this series because before this, Damwon Kia's vision setup that they managed to find was just incredible to force Harmon Life Esports to use their combo at the inopportune time.
Yeah, they did so much damage with Duck Dom on this Jinx so many times. He kept using his ultimate just to set up team fights and to get those health bars low. By the time the engages come through for the side of their opponents here, when they actually send in that very aggressive Camille from the top side of the map, she just instantly focused down 5v1. She's gone.
Yep.
And the rest of the team fight is like non-existent. The rest of the team is like, yo, our health bars are like 1/3. We got to get out of here. It's a free Drake. That's the most important Drake of the game, the Infernal Soul. It weren't set up properly for the fight, but they were so far behind that point. Did it really matter?
Yeah, and the out-tempoing was just ridiculous from Damwon Kia. So being able to win those lanes definitely got them into the right spot. Let's bring up the player of the game to see who managed to take it here. It was indeed Bertle on the top side of the map. And 2, 3, and 3 does not look very impressive, but the 2 solo kills, the fact that he was able to trade back, especially in that first gank where he had teleport advantage, that was actually a gank that happens that Dudu tries to set up with the heroic entrance.
Yeah.
And like this exact play here, but even if they kill the Gwen, they still lose because he managed to get that kill and then get that teleport back.
Yeah, and so many of these fights too, the zoning is great. Bertle does a massive amount of damage, and he's doing Gwen things into a comp that runs into a Gwen, right? Like that's part of why she's so strong into this Camille Galio, because...
Camilio, I like that.
Yeah, Camilio, we can start calling it that. I'm sure Achilleos would like it too, but she does a ton of damage in these fights. So my pick was actually, and it turns out I'm pretty unique in that, the Duck Dom vote, because I thought Duck Dom did so well at not only positioning, but actually setting up a lot of the chip damage, putting those health bars low, doing so much poke. On a Jinx, by the way, just hitting rapid fire cannons on cooldown, it set up a lot of those fights for them.
No, exactly, and managed to make sure that that engage was almost impossible when it came down to it. 8 and 13 is going to be the votes here. You were the only Duck Dom vote, but there were a couple of people that enjoyed the Canyon situation, I guess. I mean, we'll have to hear from Chronicler as to why he decided that was a choice that he should have made, because he was playing Olaf Wolf, and we don't like that here in the LCK. Maybe we're biased, I don't know. Let's throw it back to our casters and see what they think.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf, for breaking that one down. Any thoughts on that, Chronicler? I think you and I were on the same page, at least.
Yeah, I considered voting for Bertle. I don't know. I didn't vote for Canyon. I voted for OnFleek for walking into Canyon. No, I'm
strong jungle
joking.
vote,
No,
yes.
I honestly think that a lot of the leads that were found by Damwon Kia were aided in large part by the early tempo that Canyon was able to generate, the way he dictated the pace of the map, kept OnFleek on the back foot, and every single lane could just keep shoving, keep trading aggressively because they knew that Canyon was there. Very much a team effort though, and I said earlier, I like any pick. If it's played well, if it works in the comp, then I'm not too bothered by the. You know, we were skeptical, but
no, I mean,
that was convincing. It free kill.
It was pretty convincing.
But,
there was the one time he went in a little bit too deep, but other than that, I thought it was just a pretty nice jungle gap in that game, so I was willing to give it to him, considering the way the game went especially. Here we go. Back into game number 2, as we will have the same sides here and maybe the same bans to start us off potentially.
As I think for Humble Life, it's gonna be really hard after that first draft to find an alternative angle. Because I think any composition based on trying to outlane your opponent by the virtue of that first game is going to be kind of a liability. So instead, what you'll be looking towards is playing front-to-back team fights, but then you're running kind of the same issues, right? Where you want to pick some more scaling picks, which I don't think are necessarily going to work very well. Surely, Caitlyn ban, Philios first pick, and we're just going to do it all over again, I guess. Wonder whether Damwon is going to switch up that priority or just remain with what they went for last time around, which was the Leona and the Victor. I don't love the Leona that early on. I agree with the rest of the desk that doesn't need to be picked first. I don't think Humble Life's going to pick it away, and I think that a fresh counter from Humble Life is also something you're never going to be super happy about. But we'll see. One can also just say, well, we won last time, so who cares?
Yeah, I think from ahead, Leona feels great because you can land solar flares onto Aphelios, force the cleanse out, and make him a lot weaker. Yorick would be great.
Having some fun.
I was almost expecting Dalmon to just pick something entirely different and try to practice a different kind of comp. Zeri is not enabled right now.
So they hovered Akshan previously, right?
Yeah.
So Akshan, Yorick. If this was a best of 5, we could ride IAR across all the champion. We could make that happen. We already have the R and the Y.
Great.
You know, I can see it.
There we go.
It's a foolproof plan.
So what, like Aphelios, Yorick, Akali, Yuumi, and then Aatrox.
Yeah, or Alistair, whichever you prefer.
Yeah, that would make more sense. Aatrox has 2 A's.
Yeah, 2 A's is fine. As we are getting no change-ups here, from Hanwha Live's perspective, I think that the Camille Galio really was the defining factor of that draft. The rest of it was pretty what you'd expect. Unfortunately for Hanwha, you know, I'm a big believer and fan of the Yuumi. I think that this, or of the Janna rather.
Yeah.
I think this early on that doesn't really warrant an early pickup. So I actually would have liked the Fresh, but instead they will take the risk of that getting banned and pick up Comfort for Karis. As is it now Showmaker's turn?
No way. He is considering some other picks. As we did see the Zoe, I'd like to see a Zoe. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Tryndamere available, but not going to be picked here. It doesn't look like, as Akali will be locked in for the side of Damwon Kia. We've seen Akali paired up with a lot of stuff, even yesterday. You know, a lot of skirmishy champions like a Lee Sin or, you know, even a Camille or a Gwen. Stuff that can fight and skirmish and get into the back line pretty easily. We'll see if Damwon Kia do go down that line.
Do you think that it is a little hard sometimes to find the openings, as obviously the Fresh now going to come through? The real question is that they're also going to ban the Brom into the Victor specifically, especially in the side lane. Victor can really, depending on build, have a mitigating effect of that kill pressure, but also don't know where the Akali's going to go. Could be the tanky top lane Akali, could be the AP top lane Akali, could be tanky mid Akali. A lot of flexibility in that regards with where the pick is going to go. As Fresh already taken off. Wouldn't mind another support pick, but instead it's going to be this Graves ban.
Tryndamere, sorry, is still available. Has not been banned just yet. It was banned 5th by Hanwha Life in game number 1. Could see the focus there again, as the Akali could go mid. That is going to be the ban.
Gragas still open. Great blind pick here. That has been used a lot.
Gwen?
yeah. I'm saying I'm sick of Gwen and then mentioning Gragas is not necessarily the way to go, I think. As that is a lot of comfort. But beware the Poppy support. One day, it's gonna happen. I don't think it's this game. But surely into Akali Lee, you'd feel good about it. Although technically we could see a page out of Rascal's book. We don't actually know that much about DK's comp just yet. Still a lot of flexibility available there. But assuming this is going to be the jungle Lee for Canyon.
Yeah, kind of what I was asking for, and it is what we saw yesterday. Akali, Lee Sin, Rakan going to be the pick here. Definitely some pretty hard engage to be added on top of this. Might have liked Rakan in the first game composition.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not sure about it here in game number 2 composition, but it's out regardless, as Gwen is also going to be taken away.
Then surely this is going to be top Akali, right? And now they're going to give something else over to Showmaker. Because I think the Akali has a really great matchup into Gwen, provided that Birdle feels comfortable playing the pick.
Guess I didn't.
Yeah, into Gwen Victor, I'd be happy. Especially with the Lee, right? You have a really. This is a really strong 2v2 as well. Mixed damage profile goes back a long time. Valdas, the Lee Blanc as
Lee Blanc.
A lot of. I think this is yeah. This is Damwon Kia saying we're the better team and we have champions that allow us to really showcase that. And as Hanwha, I'd be a little bit scared after last match.
Definitely scared. I mean, when you look at their composition this time around, obviously a ton of scaling with not only Victor and Aphelios, but even Gwen. That does come out here. What is that? Apparently that was Vista. This is Handsome Showmaker.
Is he holding a crystal ball?
Probably. That guy can definitely see the future. As we're getting the bows in. And gonna have to break down these compositions a little bit. I feel like Life's composition is a little bit awkward with the Rakan, but without it, you wouldn't have that much hard engage, so I suppose it's okay. There's just not too much peel for some of their squishy backline.
I think the main thing about the Humble composition is that when playing into it, you have very little room for mistakes. The gravity field providing a lot of safety. Gwen loves it when people jump into her. So if Kia doesn't find a lead or can find a 1-3-1 scenario, they should actually have a really hard time. But again, it's Kia, and if I saw how this mid-game skirmishes went in the previous game, I'd be terrified as Hanwha, because if these champions get ahead, not a lot of gameplay available to you.
There's a lot of gameplay from Kia.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're going to have a lot of fun. And might just see that typical Game 2 Damwon where they just throw caution to the wind. They have champions that can make plays, and they just go kind of insane. Could definitely happen. I think it's up to Hanwha Life to stabilize things, try not to get too far behind. Even if you take a slight deficit early on, I think it's okay, as long as you're not getting swept off the rift.
As looking at the setups here, no really big surprises. On Fleek still going with the lethal tempo like he did last match. Seen more and more of the PTA for the Aphelios. Makes a lot of sense, as Aphelios has slowly transitioned to a much more aggressive pick. I say aggressive very respectfully. It often translates in late game into I will flash into 3 people, and either I PTA crescendo them to death, or I will die. Depending on who plays him, very different answers to that one. And I think the PTA in that regard does make sense. And again, looking at the laners for Kia, I think that they kind of need to bide their time, and then once level 6 has been hit, and Canyon has that additional aggression, and the Dragon's Rage available as well, that's when this comp becomes insane, right? When Humble Life is trying to rotate to an objective, you pick off a single target, you find the flank angles, you're basically turning around what Humble Life tried to do last time around, not with a Camille Galio, but just with raw damage coming through here from Damwon.
Yeah, think that if there's a team to do it, it would be Damwon, especially against one of the weaker teams in the LCK. That has kind of been their MO. They took the mantle of, especially in 2020 summer, when they had Nuguri on the team, it was just like, every time they played against anyone in the lower half of the bracket, the games were over in like 18 minutes. It was just, that's why everybody got really hyped for Damwon. Like, if you even think back, a little history lesson, Spring 2020 for Damwon wasn't even that impressive. I think they got 4th place. Like, it was good.
It was okay.
It wasn't bad. Huh? But it was like, you know, what exactly are we seeing here? Like, Beryl wasn't that great at the time. He really catapulted into his best form ever, I think, at the end of 2020 summer. And
peak Beryl Pantheon?
Yeah. Pantheon, Alistair. It was kind of insane. And at that time, they were just demolishing teams. It wasn't fair. It just didn't look fair. And then they ended up winning Worlds. Even against the stronger teams, sometimes they had fast games, but they were just the best team in the world. It was pretty obvious, I think, once we got there. But yeah, you know, trying to channel that a little bit here. I'm sure that Showmaker and Canyon still have it within them. And Duck Dom, especially as he gets more and more confidence here, I'm sure he's going to be an excellent, a stellar AD carry, even better than he already is.
Still seeing a lot of mechanical mistakes in that top side, right? But I'm missing a lot of creeps there unnecessarily, and it's something that I always go back to, and some players don't seem to nearly suffer from it as much, because I think Kara's, again, going back, has been a great example of a player that has come in with very low expectations on a team that is not expected to do well after winning challenges on Genji last split, and has just done incredibly well, I think, comparing to, you know, the overall team performance. Whereas Birdle has just now picked up his first POG, and I think the previous game was also the first one where we saw some of the moments that could explain why people got so excited about this player, because if you only saw him on Gen G, he was a really, really hyped up rookie for a long time. Eventually, of course, getting beaten out by Zeus, and we all know how good he is. So there's no shame in that. And for Hanwha, I look forward to seeing where some of the other players will go. Vista is another big one that I think has shown us some glimpses of greatness, especially last year around. Thus far, though, for Hanwha Life, no walking into unnecessary fights against an enemy jungler that's a level up. So far, so good. Early CS leads, looking nice.
Yeah, kind of just hanging out. Karus doing his thing. Farming really, really well. Every other lane is almost exactly even. So Showmaker not chovying as hard just yet. Of course, on the LeBlanc, that is what you would expect. Looks like he did go for a bit of an earlier back compared to Karus, so he's feeling pretty good at this moment in time. Are they just gonna... He could have definitely picked up that plate, but I guess he wanted the better back timing. As Bertle's gonna land the Shuriken. This might just be a solo as he does get it and picks up the first blood, but then immediately dies.
You got first blood. It's worth. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Bertle goes in very aggressively there. And this is one of the big reasons, right? Outside of the extra resistances that it gets you, the Gwen Shroud does horrifyingly little against an Akali.
I love how Jonah Strong zoomed in on that wave just to show, you know, like, there were about 3 range minions that went into the turret after the kill. But not only that, you know, when it's on your side of the lane and it groups up a little bit better for Hanwha Life's side, it's going to kill the minions faster. So it actually denies some CS away from Dudu as well, which, of course, Bertle is going to be very happy about that trade, not just because of the first blood, but because of the extra minions. As we do have a 2v2 down to the bottom side, a flash already coming out of Duck Dom, as he will have to get out of dodge here. Vista with the knock-up, as doesn't look like anyone's coming in just yet, although Canyon is here.
Ooh, I think Hanwha Life might have a sneaking suspicion. This is very, very over-enthusiastic from Callan, considering the health bar of his AD carry, and they're going to respect appropriately. As I think Hanwha Life, it is a game where they're not going to feel baited to go in aggressively like they did last time around. They can definitely afford to take a lot slower. Damwon Kia has a sizable window, but it's a window nonetheless. I don't think that, unlike last game, they can just sit and scale and be fine. You do definitely need to find at least some advantages in either of your side lanes, pick up some early objectives if you want to make this game a little bit more manageable for you.
We're just watching this. Once again, perfect Shuriken. And again, you know, it's a trade of kills, but 3 range minions are missed. And then the extra push.
Yeah, on the gold extra as well. And it's really interesting because neither of them actually have the ultimate either, right? Because that might completely change the whole equation.
Yeah.
And also through bone plating, which is kind of interesting that Bertle's just like, no, I have to kill now. I'm fine. I'm certain. Oh, here they go.
Duck Dom, okay, maybe a little bit of a bait as Canyon is down here and Duck Dom gets excited. The extra movement speed gets him away from Vista and on fleek, and this is looking like a 2-for-0 in favor of Canyon and Damwon Kia. Might not be over just yet either. As okay, we'll have the grand exit from Vista, but Canyon once again showing that he will get the jungle gap here in game 2.
First time around, it didn't fall for the bait. Second time, unfortunately.
Uh-oh, he's probably dead. There it is. The extra chains come in, and now an extra kill into the pockets of Showmaker. Canyon's back again.
That is so leisurely as well. Yeah, just going bot, picking up a double. You know, Rakan has to leave. I walk mid. My mid laner has already set up the free kill. Walk in, he's chained, throw my Q, get the kill, and saunter off.
Yeah.
Just overall showing the kind of threat that we would expect from Canyon's Lisa.
Polar Bear don't care. He just relaxes all day, but also he's ferocious and eats his enemies. Just remember that about the Polar Bear. That is Canyon. As he's here again, but this time on fleek is going to be able to get the smite down. Nice response, you know, not really able to follow up on the bottom side. He immediately goes into the Rift Herald and does pick it up. So at least Zonfleek gets something for his team.
It's a good response. As good as you're going to get in this situation, as it is so much damage on Dokdam. But look at the zoning done from Callan here. And then the fact that, as you pointed out, that Get Excited, making sure that Dokdam was actually able to get away. And then the elongated skirmish is always going to go the way of the Lee Sin. As here, it's Showmaker that just sets up this play, right? And the moment that the chain hits, nothing that Karas can do, unfortunately for him. As on Fleek, as we saw, immediately making his way over towards the Herald. But it's still not a favorable trade, right? In the end, you're going to give up 3 kills, and you're going to get
2 plates,
probably.
And they're going to be split between you and someone you'd like to give the gold to. As he is here, but Ignite available on Bertle. He also has his ultimate. On Fleek's going to stick around, but he was spotted. There was a nice ward, and that means that, of course, Canyon, once again, very leisurely, is going to take out the Drake. He knows exactly where On Fleek was, and that will be free for him.
Not really any reason for Bertle to go aggressive there as well, right? His jungler is on the bot side of the map. They have decent vision. Don't spot On Fleek anywhere.
Showmaker's going in there again, but you know, he lands that change through the minions, but with the Chaos Storm still available, gotta be careful.
I think as long as Showmaker doesn't actually get taken into lethal range, these consistent trades, regardless of whether or not he truly wins them, are a really good way of keeping Karas on the back foot, right? Because it's not really Showmaker in of itself that you need to be careful for. It's the exact setup that we saw earlier.
Bertle just missed like 3 CS.
Yeah,
clumsily.
it's not.
I don't know what's going on today.
Yeah, it's not been good when it comes to the CSing. Generally, you want to get both the solo kills and the CS.
Yeah.
Getting one of the two is not going to get you nearly as far ahead. And again, for a player known for his mechanical skill, that is not a situation that you want to find yourself in. And hopefully something that will improve over time. And now the state of the game, it's pretty good. I don't know about this one on Fleek.
Well, he does have Vista and Karas nearby. A nice little bait does come in. Showmaker will have to flash away from that one just to survive. Takes a hefty amount of damage on top of it as well.
Nicely done. Well found by Vista. Good roam. But no good deed goes unpunished. As while that is happening, Dokdam is just taking plates.
Yeah. Kellen's presence and no flash on Samdi means that he has to back away. And, you know, we always talk about Crescendum for Aphelios in terms of taking plates, but, you know, you wind up on the Jinx and you have a fun time on the plates as well. And guess what? Canyon's here again, as he is going to get the follow-up here on the Samdi straight into the Chompers. Just beautiful, as the heal does need to be used. There's zero vision defensively from Life in their own jungle. Damwon Kia own that jungle right now.
Yeah, they've had no control at all. Ever since that earlier skirmish went awry, Damwon Kia have just been keeping a very, very tight lid, relegating Bertle to just playing weak side, but he doesn't really care, right? He has so much innate safety, as long as he doesn't trade too aggressive, as I say that. There's a wave, Bertle!
Chronicler, why do you have to tell him to do that with your caster curse? This Rift Herald is going to come down and get some plates. As we mentioned, a split between Karas and On Fleek. As On Fleek is going to be playing mostly a tanky role. Would like to give that gold to Karas entirely, but not the way it's going to go. A Jinx rocket did get fired into the top side, which did miss. There are no needles available for Dudu, so he's just going to catch the wave, as it seems like everybody from Damwon is gathering in the top lane.
Bertle.
Not again.
Not again. Something I really appreciated about Bertle last year is that when he was on the Gen G roster, they were playing a lot more aggressive, of course, with that roster. That was one of the core issues that they had. I think that the main challenge for Bertle this spring is going to be to figure out when he needs to be aggressive. It worked out okay that time around, but overall, not really been the clean kind of game that I think you're looking for. But fortunately for him, this game he could be 0-3, and it probably wouldn't matter because the rest of Damwon is truly demolishing Hanwha Life, right? Like the 2v2s, the 1v1s are just working out expertly. The CS deficits have been turned into CS leads. Plates have been picked up. Turrets have been taken down. Kia is just already having that kind of threat that you'd expect to not really come around until you hit a couple more levels, second item spikes. And I don't think Hanwha Life can really get very far on the map right now. Yeah.
So clean. He gets the free Q so that he can save his ward hop to get the perfect position behind Samdi. And Samdi, I don't think he had his flash at that moment in time, so he was just able to hold on to his flash. It's just about as clean as it gets.
He had cleanse. I think he could
Nice.
the chomp. That would have been great, Valdez.
Yeah.
Would have helped a lot.
Good effort, I suppose.
Yeah. No, you're all about Peter, right?
Oh, yeah, that's true. Sorry. Good Peter. I'm going to stop saying good effort in favor of good Peter.
Peter.
Nobody will know what the hell I'm talking about. Ducktom has a really large lead in terms of gold.
Cole again. Second time in a row. And now works as well as it did the first time as now Kia looking to collapse.
Yeah. This time it is not a secret on Fleek. It's also the second Rift Herald. You do not have to throw everything on this one, but they do have the engage. Nice positioning from Kelly. It's going to stop Vista from coming into that back line. And there it is. They're just waiting, biding their time, poking them out as the smite goes the way of Canyon too, and all the way into the back. Canyon gets a massive kick immediately, dies though, as Bertle is in the back line doing that damage. Canyon gives up his life so that his team can have a front line. Another double kill there into the pockets of Ducktom. How about one double kill for Bertle as well with a side of fries? And that will be the ace.
They didn't get the eye. Not worth. Not worth, Felt. No, I'm...
Pack it up. Pack it up. We're done here.
As mentioned previously, Kia, this is the kind of comp that screams hand stiff. As Jonas Strong is really not going to let it go.
What about the eye?
What about the eye? As that is pretty much the nail in the coffin there. Canyon goes in so far, knowing that he is definitely that, doesn't have the stopwatch or anything, but gladly taking that so that the rest of his team may flourish and feast upon the lifeless husks of Hanwha Life's backline.
We just need a slow motion side angle of Canyon going all the way into the backline. Yeah, that's what I want to see.
You know, set to some very dramatic music, as he knows what's going to happen if he takes this cue.
He gets the smite, and
he
then...
has to do it. He has to do it. It's like 3 people.
Yep.
Oh, 2 people combined with the knock-up on Dudu, and then for the rest of the team, it's just cleanup, right? Dogdom gets excited, Birdle finds a Shogun flip into the Vista, and it's the easiest cleanup that you could possibly look for, as...
용도 있어? 아이고.
Aigo, it's basically like... I don't know how to describe it.
Unfortunate, my dear friends.
Yeah, unlucky.
Never lucky.
Yeah, never lucky there. And, yeah. I don't know, it kind of feels like game 1 now, where, you know, it's a little bit less of the tempo, but more of the stomping.
Yeah. In game number 1, the problem was that Damwon had kind of the passive composition that was waiting for the enemy to engage into them, and then if they don't, then you win. But here it's flipped. And now Damwon is the one playing the aggressive composition, and they have a 7k gold lead.
What is happening up here?
I don't know, Val.
Cars just ran into the chains, and then on Fleek just walks by casually. He's like, no, I'm not safe. I'm not safe in the river.
I'm not going to go for this. This is not a good idea. So.
It's only 18 minutes in, by the way.
Yeah. The League of Legends is being played in front of our eyes.
This is a game of League of Legends. I do agree. Vista is on vision here. He's going to figure that out. Clear out the ward.
And I think the unfortunate situation for Hanwha Life going up against Kia is that trying to fix what happened in this game is actually quite a tall order, because it doesn't boil down to what we've seen very often, where teams just don't coordinate well, right? Or it's completely going wrong in draft. There's a lot of these situations that I feel like with some surface level work you can relatively quickly fix and then improve accordingly. But there's just so many things going wrong here, right? There's the 1v1s and the 2v2s being found all across the map by Kia. There's an attempt to always go in by Hanwha Life, which without the prerequisite setup is going to get you punished so incredibly hard. And all those things, I think, especially against a team like Damwon Kia, you just can't afford to make like half of the mistakes that they made, right? And this is something that Damwon Kia, I think, out of all our LCK teams was the most known for. It's the classic, make one mistake and they will just find a way to win the game off of it.
Yeah. From ahead or behind, right?
Yeah.
We've seen them get so far behind. Just remember their finals, their LCK finals against Gen G, where they were losing in game 2 so one-sidedly. One mistake.
With Renekton Italy.
One overstepping of the Renekton, and the game was over. They were down 7,000 gold. It did not matter.
No, I think in that scenario, it was worse because it was a Damwon on the Renekton Italy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then they still outscaled on Renekton. That was the upsetting part.
Man.
Yeah. And for Hanwha Life, a game like this, as I said, I think provides a lot of learning opportunity, and that's mainly what you're going to be looking towards, right? How can we match their rotations better? How can we read their plays? Because in both games, it kind of feels like there's one key play that you can identify, and then barring all the plays across the rest of the map, and that is that bot lane play in this game and the river play in the previous one, right? And then Damwon Kia kind of just snowballs from there. And as Hanwha Life, you need to like try and find and identify what is causing us to make those mistakes. Why are we going in aggressively? And the answer can't obviously be as easy as they have better hands. And like, what do we do? It's Canyon. It's
They're
not
just
fair.
better than us.
Yeah. Yeah. And especially with a composition like this, you can show it off if you're playing better.
Yeah.
Showmaker went Death Cap second, fellas. Like that says everything you need to know about this game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, good purchase. It gives you the most AP.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that does. And yeah, I mean, IE is already finished on Duckdom. He has 3 items. Hasn't completed his boots though. Oh, as I say that, he does.
It's Infernal Soul as well. Again.
Oh no. Well, we've been, I feel like we've been stuck in a deja vu time loop here for the last couple of minutes where the same exact waves are being thrown back and forth over and over and over again. The bottom lane, I swear we've just panned down there and seen the same exact buttons being pressed by Bertle to clear the wave, and then Dudu does the same thing. Just going to be waiting for this Infernal Drake to spawn. As the collapse is coming in here onto Bertle, he should know that something is up with this aggression coming out. He wants to go forward. Typical Bertle, but he tries to get over the wall. There is a con right there, but he doesn't quite have the damage. Here comes Canyon, who does get in there, but with the flash charm that does come in, Canyon says bye. I would not like to help you any further, and I can't quite do that. So a pick onto Bertle right before the Drake does come out. Not half bad.
And 2 ultimates being used there. Now, to try and get a 4v5, you do want to go for the soul point. You don't need to, but look at the damage. They're 6.5k gold ahead. Like, they can do this. They don't need to, but they definitely can.
Yeah, the soul effect comes down, and Showmaker's being such a menace on the back line. On fleek, he's going to have to Crescent Guard here soon if he wants to live, and they're just going to say, well, I guess you're just going to get this 4v5. 4v5 is all we need, says Damwon. And it's kind of like what you mentioned before, right? Even if he was 0-3 Bertle, it wouldn't really matter. Damwon would still be winning, and that's exactly what we're seeing here.
No, it wouldn't. And I think as Damwon talked about learning opportunities for Hanwha Life, as Damwon Kia, you're going to go back, and especially for Bertle, still need some fine-tuning on where to be in relationship to your team, right? Yes, you're a Carl. Yes, you have a lot of safety. But I feel like in both scenarios, if he gets caught 1 or 2 seconds later, think back to the previous game as well when he was on bot side, you can get a completely different outcome. And those type of moments are not going to matter in this Hanwha Life game, right? It's just not. But if you play against a more strong opponent, say a T1, then you definitely need to tidy up those side lane moments, because the rest of the team, they're definitely on their way, but they can't quite make it in time. Don't want to fight without your monstrously fed LeBlanc. So the rest of the team is forced to let Bertle go. But again, it also doesn't matter, because Damwon Kia rather is so far ahead that they basically have an extra person in gold regardless, so it just evens it up if someone isn't there. Like, that's all it does. Now it's an even fight, and they still win those.
Didn't even look too even as well.
As they got Baron as well.
Yeah, they got Baron.
Yeah.
And now they really think someone is back there in the alcove, don't they? No one's there. Don't worry, Damwon. He already backed. As the push is coming in now onto the top side, we do have Bertle pushing in the mid lane. Not super slow, so it's actually going to crash first. Nobody is there to defend, as Karis is in the bottom lane with no TP. Trying to pick up a objective bounty, perhaps.
Yeah.
That'll get them back in the game.
Unfortunate scenario in this one, I gotta say.
Showmaker's having fun.
Yeah, I mean, for Hanwha, Damwon's having a great time.
Yeah. These are the type of games that make you want to pick up LeBlanc.
You tried, and you don't even need chains, and then you have no impact. And
It's like,
you're very sad.
you end up like that. Oh, wow. Samdi just gets rocked by a rocket. That is going to be 2 inhibitors going down at nearly the same time. Showmaker still getting in there, and yeah, goodbye, Rakan. Nice knowing you. You gave it your best, Peter, in this game. But yeah, Canyon gonna get into the back line, just giving up his life to make sure that this game will end. As in goes Bertle, he's gonna land that shuriken, does get poked down. Karis trying his absolute best. Damwon Kia will just be padding the stats. This second game, a bit quicker than game number 1, but we'll have the Oh man, double kill for Karis, what a play. GG, Damwon Kia will pick up the 2-0 in this first series. I was expecting the win from Damwon Kia, but this was a done deal, it felt like, even at the beginning of game 1.
About as dominant as you could reasonably request from Damwon Kia, especially that second game. Seeing game number 1 and feeling like, let's really show them how it's done. Picking a comp that has so much opportunity for outplays and for aggressive playmaking early on. And you gotta look to how the addition of Dr. Mankellen has kind of changed his team, right? Because I think that is the really big thing, the changes. Where Bertle is going to land, still very much to be determined. Maybe he doesn't find the growth that he needs to and Damwon remains in a weakened state. Maybe he does. But what we're seeing here is that 2-man unit of Showmaker and Canyon is as good as ever. But Dogdom and Callan, I feel like, are getting more and more comfortable playing around the rest. Multiple bot side plays that were being set up. And once that 3v3 is as strong as that mid-jungle 2v2, is Damwon Kia is going to be a force. I mean, I'm saying gonna be a force to be reckoned with. They already are. Like, let's not kid ourselves. This team, despite what the scoreline may say, very clearly extremely strong, because the 2 losses were to Nongshim and Genji, both of which I think can reasonably be excused.
Absolutely. I mean, Nongshim is a great team. Genji is a very obvious team to lose to. I don't know if Genji is going to lose to any teams in this first spring split.
Oh, Valdez.
Yeah, I don't know. In the beginning, I was pretty high on Damwon Kia, but I think they need some more time.
They do.
You know, it's a very scary and it's a very heavy train that is coming, and when it hits, you know it's going to be big, but. We're still on the tracks. We haven't quite reached our destination for Damwon Kia. They are still incredibly strong, don't get me wrong, but at the moment, I would definitely rate T1 and Genji higher than them. And we're going to have to wait and see, you know, as the next matchup, the big one, Damwon Kia versus T1 on Sunday, that's really going to be where we learn even more about, you know, the big 3 here in the LCK.
And for Hanwha Life, there is almost too much to learn from these games, right? And that's kind of the issue. There were a couple of key moments. This is the big one in this one. In the previous game, it was the Olaf play, where it just all goes wrong. You try to fight, think you have found a nice opportunity, but Kangen is just waiting there. And until you learn to kind of read those play better, the fact that Kara is also with the flash up as well, right? Like, gets found here, knowing that Kangen is going to path towards top. He literally just doubled your bot lane. Are the kind of mistakes that in the long run, you're gonna iron out if you wanna have a better shot at getting towards that west side of the bracket. Now, clearly, Damwon Kia just way too big for Hanwha Life to deal with.
It's very true. I'm curious who you voted for POG here.
Odd.
I wouldn't have minded a Canyon vote. I think that, once again, his presence on the map is something, you know, part of the reason why he's so good since the beginning of when we began to realize how good he was.
Yeah.
And I feel like he plays every meta perfectly. Like, the amount of time he spends in the bottom lane is kind of hilarious.
Except Morgana and Rumble. We don't talk about that.
Yes.
It
was still okay. It was just... It wasn't... I don't think it was bad.
It was not bad, but I do think it was what we want. But the key thing here is that throughout the farming jungle meta, the Nidalee the Graves, and the high impact picks, much below economy, like the Jarvan, the Xin Zhao, and still things like the Diana coming through, right? He's just an incredibly strong jungler. I did go for Showmaker. I think that it's very much a who do you give more credit, but Showmaker in the mid to late game team fights, I think just provided
that's fair.
Way too much damage. But again, I think you can reasonably vote for most of the Damwon Kia members and make a decent argument.
Yeah. I vote for the Damwon Kia fans. I think they earned the most from this series. It's an extremely clean, you know, like after you brush your teeth, you got like that minty fresh feel and you're just feeling good. You just took like a cold shower in the morning. You're like, we're ready to go today. It's kind of how it feels for Damwon fans, I would imagine, because it was just a super clean victory. Like, there wasn't really too much to say about it. We do have the desk, carpet, chairs ready to go, so I'm going to hand it over to Atlas and Wolf for the breakdown.
Thank you very much, Valdez, and welcome to our invisible desk, beautiful rug, and some chairs that are not folding chairs much as you want to believe. And that was another Damwon Kia victory.
Yeah, I'm somewhat with Valdez in that I think if you're a Damwon Kia fan, you feel like
you
got
have
that
cold showers in the morning too? Because I definitely don't do that.
No,
that was weird.
no, not that part, but like the fresh breath. But it felt like, I will say, it was the wrong flavor toothpaste for Damwon today. Like, this is a series where Damwon dominated so much over Hanwha Life Esports that it's really just a mechanical gap. We didn't learn too much. Drafting style here, a little bit questionable for Damwon Kia. I think they just felt like they could get away with anything against Hanwha Life Esports, and they were right. Yeah. But did we learn a lot about how it's going to go later on this week on Sunday against T1? I don't think so. I don't think we learned a lot.
Yeah, and I think that it's really interesting, right? Because we saw Gen G get punished by a similar overconfidence, I guess, or an underestimation of their opposition, but that was in game. This was in draft, where Damwon's like, well, we can just get leads in our lane because we're way better and we'll just win. But the way they play out the tools that they're given is still at an extra high level, right?
Yeah.
And so then they manage to get those snowballs rolling. And yes, it's another composition with narrow win conditions that needs to get off the ground early and doesn't necessarily have a lot of peel for Jinx, for example. Like Dokdan could have theoretically gotten killed in a late game team fight, things like this, without all that much peel. But it doesn't matter if Canyon just kills everyone on the map for like the first 15 minutes.
Yep, that is definitely a very, very big start to the game where Canyon is just roaming around the map. Also, we had a start in the game with Dokdan getting a cull. And this is happening in the scaling meta where players are just like, well, I'll just start cull because I can get an extra 400 gold very freely without any challenge whatsoever. Then when you win super hard and have the cull, you're looking at 20 minutes like, oh, he's got 3,500 gold to lead against his lane opponent. It's very free the way that Damwon Kia is playing the game, and they got such a massive lead.
No, they absolutely did. Let's get into our first highlight. This is, of course, Lee Sin making his rounds. You know, starts off here on the bottom side. Absolutely exceptional counter gank timing. Like, some D flashes in thinking that he's setting up, but just does not work.
Yep. And, I mean, this is very much the beginning of Canyon absolutely destroying the opposing team. Because he misses the killer into Vista, he's like, oh, that's a little bit unfortunate. Guess I'll kill Karis instead. Showmaker sets it up for him. And this is an awkward place to be in the lane as Karis here when you don't know where the Lee Sin could come from. as you're trying to retreat there, you're on the top side of the lane because you want to have the minion buffer, but then you're stuck between the turret and the wall, so you're going to get caught by a Lee Sin kick for free. You're going to get caught by double chains, as we saw there from Showmaker. And that just led to, at that moment, already like a 2K gold lead.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. And in the meantime, you've also got Bertle once again creatively dying in ways that actually benefit him on the top side of the map. Bertle's laning is so much better this week than what we saw last week. I really think that he's starting to develop into that top laner. Yes, he's against Dudu, and yes, the competition here today is not really what we expect, of course. The big one is going to be when Damwon face off against T1, and I think this is a kind of perfect precursor to that series, because I can see a very, very different Damwon coming out against a much tougher opponent. But when they have wallets that are extraordinarily heavy, they find themselves these sort of fights where Canyon can just, you know, fish for that sick Q, get that suicide resonating strike into the back line to set it up for his team.
Duckdom's Jinx too, he does so much damage to help set up for this. Between Duckdom's poke and the chip that he does to these health bars, and then Canyon's sacrifice where he goes in by himself, eats a bunch of cooldowns, and becomes this insane front line for Bertle and Duckdom to clean up the rest of the team. It is pretty nasty. And I do want to talk about that upcoming schedule that they do have, of course, going into their next few matches. The first one, of course, being the one against T1, and then they have that Kwangdong Freaks and Live Sandbox. I think by the time they hit Kwangdong, we'll see how they perform later on tonight. That matchup might be tougher than it seems on paper because they are slowly starting to get the ball rolling there, but that T1 matchup is really the tough one. Like that's the biggest test they're going to have for a while. It gets easier after that. It's like the top of a pyramid. You know, we're ramping up the T1 that gets a little bit easier after that, but that's really the big test. Tonight, we didn't learn much. Sunday, that's where we're going to really have, I think, a good base as to where Damwon sits in the top 4.
Yeah, no, exactly. And then if they lose to T1, then maybe there's an opportunity for Kwangdong Live Sandbox to jump on, you know, the wounded bear, theoretically.
Exactly.
But let's get into the player of the game. Speaking of polar bears, I think it's likely to go to Canyon, and it does. I wasn't speaking specifically, I guess, of polar bears, but I guess bears is a decent segue. And yeah, he played an amazing game of Lee Sin.
Yeah, he really did. I mean, he got such a lead across the mid lane and the bottom duo that it was just too hard for the composition that their opponents are running Honda Life Esports to recover from. And on Fleek, bless his heart, man, he tried. Like, he really did try to camp the bottom side of the map. He did try to counter gank. He did try to make sure that every time Canyon came down, there was an opportunity to make those plays. But I think the support duo, or rather the bot duo with Vista, were overextending at the wrong times, the wrong moments, and Canyon was always able to capitalize when the Rakan ult wasn't up or when those cooldowns were there. And Canyon is the type of player you will get punished against, as this is the case here in this final fight, realistically the final fight here of the game.
We actually got this and we're like, well, this is about where the game is over, so we don't really need to look for more highlights after this because, yeah, Damwon, this was where they really did drive the screws in. 11 out of 13, absolutely fantastic stuff. Everyone basically on the same page, and Showmaker getting a couple of votes. But it's now time for the interview, so let's throw it over to Ji-sun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Bertle and Canyon from Damwon Kia. Bertle, you are having a fantastic game on the starting lineup recently. How do you feel? I don't know. I don't think I played well, but still, you know, my teammates played so well, so I'm happy about that. Are you unhappy about your performance? The last team fight on Gwen, you know, and also Akali as well in general. I think I have a long way to go. Canyon, Damwon Kia is now on a winning streak. How do you feel? I think today's victory was so meaningful. And I'm so happy that we were able to get the win, and we will keep working hard. First up, Bertle. First game, Honda Life Esports opted into the Camille Galio comp, their 3-0 comp of the Spring Split. I've never expected them to play that actually into Gwen. I'm pretty confident into a Gwen-Camille matchup, so I was feeling okay about it. Then looking at the Camille Galio comp, could you kind of read the plan of Honda Life Esports playing around the top side? I wanted to make a bigger CS gap, but Xin came for level 3 gank, so it was a little bit messed up, but still, I still followed my feelings about it. I guess Bertle really wanted to dominate the top lane. Still, you were able to pick up the POG after having a successful lane against Camille. Gwen, here in the Spring Split, was actually 5 and 15 so far. Very low win rate for the champion. Well, I've been practicing that champion for so long, and I hope to increase her win rate in the future. Damwon Kia, how do you feel being on that roster? You're fully adapted? Yes, I am, but still, my performance has to, improve. I've got a very long way to go. What do you think of his performance, Kenya? Do you think he's fully adapted to Damwon Kia roster? Not perfect yet, maybe, but our teamwork is getting better day by day. To see Bertle showing better performance maybe in the future as well. And then game number 1, Kenyan, you played Olaf into Onflix Xin Zhao. Was that a counter pick prepared in order to play against Onflix? Onflix, we pretty much expected this champion pool, Xin Zhao, Lee Sin. I didn't really practice Olaf jungle, but I kind of looked into their comp and realized Olaf would be good, so we decided to lock it in. And then game number 2, you were popping off on Lee Sin, but some people say Lee is a trap card in the current meta, but he is slowly climbing up the tier list again. I don't really know why, but after a few practice on the scrims and also in solo queue, I kind of realized it's still a very viable pick and pretty strong. I want to ask you about the counter gank that happened in the early game number 2. I think both pretty much expected each other to be playing around the bot lane, and the one who engages first would lose the fight, and then it was the opponents coming in for the gank, so I was able to react to it, but it was really close. It was pretty risky, but somehow it worked out really well, so we were able to turn the fight around. Then who made the call, the setup? We were just like, the opponent flashed, let's go in. We were just following our feelings. Kenyan, with this POG, you are now tied for first place together with Tread. I think junglers are having a good time here in the LCK Spring Split. Do you think that this is because junglers are the most significant role here in the Spring Split? No, I don't think so. Everyone has to play really well right now, but I think I got so lucky, so I was able to win many POGs. Your next opponent is also very, very important. It's gonna be the match of the week against T1. T1 has been performing so well these days, so we will do our best in order to prepare for that match and play well on that day. Bertle, you'll be playing against Zeus, your T1 Academy teammate. Any word of warning over to him? I mean, Zeus, he used to be so good, and he's still doing a fantastic job. I don't want to, have any banter, but I hope we can all have a good one on that day together. Last but not least, Bertle, you once mentioned that you want to, send out some wishes over to the fans. Happy New Year from Bertle and also Kenya with the traditional bow. And that's gonna be it from Kenya and Bertle from Damwon Kia, and I'm gonna toss it back to Atlas and Wolf on the analyst carpet. Thank you.
It's not a carpet, it's a rug, Ji-sun. We've been through this.
Even Ji-sun called it a rug. She agreed with us.
Exactly. Oh, she's been brainwashed by that Valdez and the chronicler guy. Ugh. And now she's trying to distract us with the standings that we will bring up onto the screen and we will talk about because we are professionals. Damwon Kia now moving up to 3rd place, of course. T1 Gen G equal first, and Damwon has a chance to bring one of them down.
I mean, if Nongshim win their match and T1 defeat Damwon Kia, they will, of course, fall back down to 4th place. But again, tonight's match is the expected win for Damwon and Kia. It's that
Yeah.
T1 match on Sunday that everyone is looking forward to.
Yeah, and also with the fact that, Nongshim managed to pick up a win over Damwon Kia and things like this, it's not the same team that has all of that insane momentum that we saw last year. So very, very exciting. And we've still got one more matchup left to go tonight. Frederick Brown will be taking on Kwangdong Freaks in what will feel like an eternity after this very swift 2-0. But stick around, we've got more LCK coming up.
the sky fall and the sun turn black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire.
just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give
the bones of my trepidation. We survive. Oh, alive. I'll take you off on another long let's shake the be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live up all time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live up all time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase.
One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk
just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws.
the bones of my trepidation. Let's shake the we survive. Oh, alive. I set you up. seems to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your demand. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your demand. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the
chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes.
Welcome back, guys. We are here at the LCK for the second match of the night. Brion up against the Guangdong Freaks. And this one, I feel like, should be a lot closer compared to the first match we had tonight. Feels like it's been over an hour since we've seen you guys, and that is actually true because it was a quick 2-0 from Damwon Kia. But now, this one I feel like could go either way, but I think we're slightly favoring Brion here.
I honestly don't know because Brion, I think, at this point, we keep joking about it, but like at some point, all the jokes stop being jokes. I genuinely believe that Brion does a much better job against teams that are good, right? I've been introducing the joke of if we get into the World's Finals, they'll somehow win. But the problem is, on the flip side, against teams that are not as good, they look so much worse. And then Guangdong, obviously, jungle support being the big issues, but even Keen hasn't looked as good as traditionally he has.
Yeah, a bit of an issue going over there on Guangdong Freaks. I think they're still trying to struggle to find their place right now in the LCK. We do have the points of the match ready, so we're going to hop into the first one. 3-match loss streak, Brion versus 2-match loss streak, Guangdong Freaks. But they're both tied for 9th place with 1 and 4.
And as they say, no one can back out at this point. There's not much further down that one can go. But then when we look at the overall teams that they faced, I think Brion definitely facing a lot more of the teams that we would expect to be considered a lot stronger. But I gotta say, I am... I don't know if you could hear that. That was a little bit of a spoiler, as Sword returns to the LCK, even with Keen. But that was different stats from a different time.
Yeah.
And I don't think that it's going to give us any indication as to what is going to happen.
Yeah, the only numbers that count there are 652 days.
Yeah.
So he's back. Who will grab Xin Zhao? 3-3 versus LM 1-3. Both of these junglers have enjoyed the company of Xin Zhao. Will he be a big power pick in the jungle? I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a pick between these two teams, for sure.
It's just a really, really good jungler. I think Poppy might actually be more important for LM. It's the one jungler that he's looked truly comfortable on. And that, for me, is key going into tonight's match. Because if can pace the game, if he can set the overall status of it, then I think for Guangdong, I don't think you're going to match. Because that's where Brion is most comfortable. They pick up 1 or 2 Drakes, and then the Brion Death Grip, or the Brion Death Grip rather, starts to come in as they slowly but surely take everything on the map. And if you get early jungle control as it's a lot easier.
It absolutely is, and that has been something he's been good at in the past. And, you know, I think the biggest thing coming into today, other than Sword on his re-debut here, is will Brion play to the level that we know that they can? Or will they play down to the level of their opposing team? So far, it's been the latter almost every single time we do watch them. So hopefully today they have fixed that a little bit and can show us some of that good stuff.
I'm not sure what was happening there.
Sword doesn't know where he's going.
There we go. Helping out. As
I love it.
Yeah. The general trying to command the troops as well as he possibly can. And I agree with you, Veldas. That has been the key defining factor for Brion, and something that makes it equally as likely for them to get a clean 2-0 here based on the peaks of what we've seen, or fumble and be unable to match Guangdong in terms of individual performances. Because this team, it's hot, it's cold, but we love them regardless.
You're yes and you're no.
Yeah.
You're in and you're out. You're up and you're down. I mean,
I know.
What are you going to do?
It's a good era for pop music.
Yeah.
I personally say.
Decent song.
Yeah, great song.
Here's Guangdong Freaks. And that is a very fancy jacket that Teddy has on. I think Hoyt is enjoying it as well. Like the jacket. And yeah, I mean, when we first saw this roster, I don't think we thought they were going to be this far down on the rankings. I think we thought that LM and Hoyt would do a bit better than they have. Yeah. And that, you know, some of the key pieces of this team, namely Keen and Teddy, and even Fate, would be able to carry them to at least a middle-of-the-pack spot. But that has not been what we've been seeing so far.
It has been, I think, an underperformance from Keen compared to what we'd expect of him, right? A player of his stature and caliber has not really showed a consistent highs. Teddy, for me, has been the standout player. I think Fate very much plays to the rest of his team. We saw this on Live Sandbox as well. He's a great secondary carry, but he's
Yeah.
not the type of player who's going to take a game and kind of grab it and take it wherever he'd like single-handedly, because he's never been the type of player, even on Sandbox. Keen has some great stats.
One
And
player, not two.
And even considering all these stats, right? Like, we're still feeling like, is Keen, is he still as good as he was?
Yeah.
I think the Renekton game that he had a while ago comes to mind, where it just didn't really come together. But when you look raw at the stats, considering that Kwangdong is in the absolute bottom tier of teams right now, lost in the standings, these stats are pretty ludicrous. But I'm also pretty sure top laners shouldn't be doing 29% of
Yeah.
damage. That's not what you want.
Yeah, but at least there are some good stats here that are like damage per gold, right? He does a decent amount of damage. He's, independent of his team and stuff like that. He's got a good KDA. And, his shoulders are hurting him a little bit. He's been trying very hard to carry this team, but it has been a bit unfortunate so far.
As he is going to take on Sword. It's been not quite 2 years, but approaching since we saw this player, and now taking over the spot of Morgan. And I think Morgan was serviceable, basically similar to what we saw during summer and Worlds Hanwha Live. Not a great player, not someone who's going to carry, but works well within the confines of his team. And I wonder what the reason for Fred Abrian was, whether we're going to see a big swap in terms of champion pool, whether we're going to see the identity of the team change. Because for Fred Abrian, we know what they do when they look good, right? They play out very cleanly, very methodically. But if they can never get into that position from behind, they often stumble and are not sure how to really conduct themselves on the Rift.
Yeah, another cool point about Keen is that he has played a wide variety of champions, already 8 unique champions in the first 3 weeks of the LCK. So it's not like he's only playing Jace and getting gigantic damage numbers. He's played tanks, he's played all sorts of stuff, and he's still finding really fantastic numbers. As Fred Abrian is going to choose the blue side. This is just the way it goes nowadays. Blue side, best side once again.
Also aided by the relatively large amount of blind pickable top laners. I think historically R5 has often been for tops. We've seen a little bit of support counter picking left and right, but the fact that picks like Gwen, like Gragas exist, that sure, you can pick stuff into them that's decent, but we haven't really quite figured out consistent threats, consistent punishments for those picks. And gonna go in the draft here today, wondering whether we're gonna see any big switch-ups. We haven't really seen the Senna that has been making its way over to Challenge. A lot more play there, but here in the LCK, it's still been, I was gonna say, Aphelios Jinx most of the time.
I like that, you take away the Jinx on the blue side, you threaten that Aphelios first pick right off the get-go, and keeps the enemy team thinking. Jinx kind of getting the respect that she deserves, rather, I think. As Corki also beginning to get that respect here in the LCK.
Very good. I have seen enough Corki games, personally, and I would not mind it if the champion remains unavailable until further notice. Caitlyn, I think a must ban on red side. Don't think you can ever let that one go through unless you have a very specific plan in mind. That doesn't involve drafting some Senna Kench. That was.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, it better be a good plan, too.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That was definitely the biggest draft gap we've seen. Played out the most explosively, but instead of Aphelios, and now going to be a lot of 80 carries already taken off the table here.
Yeah, and that raises the question, do we see the Caitlyn ban now? Because we really want to see that banned away. So now there's a lot of picks that were taken away from the 80 carry role, which means that Renekton's available, Twisted Fate is available, Yumi's available. Less priority on that nowadays, but still, Xin Zhao, lots of stuff here.
I think the Kali ban is interesting, considering the availability of the TF at that point in the draft. Taking a bit of a gamble, by not banning it, because TF does so incredibly well into the pick. But they don't want to take the risk, as Keen, again, going to play the Renekton. Last time around, not quite finding the decisive moments. And, oh, Kwangdong. That is very clearly a Kwangdong draft here. Into a TF, good luck. You know, get a Galio or get a Silas and hope that that's enough to kind of match. Okay. Okay. Zyra
Yeah, I
Khan.
mean-
I don't love it. I feel like,
There's a lot of AD carries banned.
yeah, but you could have gone for Jin.
Yeah. I think they want something that can handle a lot of the aggression of the Renekton in Italy. Xayah, from what we've seen, has not been good. So I kind of level with you on that one. But you can see where their thinking does lie with that pick.
The Xayah is interesting because I think it's still early on in the draft that Kwangdong Freaks can do what I kind of like it with the Victor. Just because you have the Renekton doesn't mean you need to go for a full-on hard engaged dive style composition, right? You can just utilize him for picks in the early game and then have him be frontline and kind of zone for your carries. And if you pick up a long-range AD carry with this as well, I think something like the Jhin, the Varus, although I suspect that's going to be banned away with how much Teddy has been preferring that. It is going to be, I think, a really, really hard time for Fredda to try and make this Xayah really active. Xayah is very much like a Fiddles that she wants a lot of backline dive to come into her so she can get the big blade callers, really get the utility from her ultimates. If she gets poked out from range, Champion just doesn't provide nearly as much. More AD carry bans here, surely Dan. Just ban them all out. There we go.
Yep.
Get rid of it. I like it.
It's very difficult to ban out AD carry. There are just so many picks that you can make work.
Oh god.
And they left Callista with alongside of Renekton. Italy is a great pick. You can consider the Kai'Sa. Even the Jhin is okay. You know, it gives you range, gives you a decent laning phase. It can follow up very well on the engage. And it does look like that is going to be their choice. Well, not yet. They'll go for the Leona first.
I kind of like this. I think that the Leona is pretty versatile, synergizes really well with the Nidalee, provides good setup. You have some scaling elements in the Victor, but the key thing here for Kwangdong is that based on their AD carry pick, they can still completely revamp their composition. Because a Callista obviously is, you're going in, but into a Gwen Lee, into a Rakan, into a TF, I would strongly advise against it. Maybe this is time for Teddy Sivir, right? Go for something that provides a lot more of range and utility, because with Kai'Sa, you can pull it off, but I feel like it's going to be so hard into the really comp of Fredda that loves it when you dive into them. They have Gwen, right? They have Xayah. I don't think they're going to mind.
Yeah.
Jhin is a safe middle ground, and I like that a lot more.
Yep. I think that Jhin was one of the best picks you could have gone for here. Absolutely. So, again, you know, it's very hard to ban away AD carry.
Yeah.
I think that Jhin should have been considered perhaps over the Varus, which, you know, we did see a little bit of, but then mostly did not see too much of. I think the Ezreal ban is fine as well. But yeah, we're actually going to get Twisted Fate versus Renekton, not just one of them. And, you know, we're going back to old LCK style, the Renekton Nidalee. I don't know if that's, you know, especially LCK style, just a very strong duo, I suppose.
I think it's Eastern Leagues, yeah.
Yeah.
They all loves it as well. LCK or LCS and LEC, not so much.
When are we going to get Diana Yasuo?
It's always banned against the team that will play it, which is dumb one.
Yeah.
Kenyon doesn't get to play Diana Valdez.
I know.
It's not allowed.
Sad.
It is. Very sad. Overall, I have mixed feelings about both team comps. I think that Fredda still have gone with what works best for them, which is a front-to-back teamfight comp with a little bit of side laning pressure, and the Zyra a little bit disjointed from the more 1-3-1-esque points of the Twisted Fate and the Gwen. For Kwangdong Freaks, it's a Kwangdong composition. You might even call it a sandbox composition. You're gonna try and win early as much as you can. If you snowball, this comp is insanely oppressive, but even with a Victor, if you get to the late game without a lead, at least in Dragons, it's not gonna work out well.
Yeah. We'll have to wait and see how it does go as we are hopping out of the rift for game number 1. Match 26 already. By the way, guys, little aside, as we do jump into game number 1 here, shouldn't have too much action. Next week will be Lunar New Year here in Korea. It's one of the biggest holidays, if not the biggest one, so we will have a week off of the LCK.
Aww.
I know.
No LCK.
Very sad.
No challenge.
No LCK, no challengers,
What are we gonna do?
no esports in Korea. think it might be similar for the LPL, but don't quote me on that.
Yeah, yeah, they have a even longer break. I think it's like
Yeah.
1.5 weeks.
Yeah. So keep that in mind, guys, if you're already looking forward to matches next week.
Don't.
Don't. We won't be there.
Man.
You said it first.
Yeah, but you were leading up to it, surely.
Yeah. There is 2 weeks from now, there's T1 versus Genji. Insanely hype matchup. Definitely.
I'm kidding. That's the one we're all looking forward to, right?
That's a big one. So that one will be on Saturday, a couple weeks from now. So,
because there is a reasonable chance that both those teams will not have lost a single series up until that point. Although Damwon, I'm sure, has a lot to say about that, as T1 is going to face off against them this Sunday. But outside of that, it's going to be a match. Also, very happy to see Alan Path top. If Sword is not getting dove early on, I will be sad. As I say that, Keen's getting out-traded. Level 1, of course, incredibly strong for the Gwen. And you're really looking to get 2-3 levels on the Renekton before you can reliably start matching her in terms of trading and shoves.
yeah. You feel okay if you do have your Q available, but you're always going to hit level 2 second. You're basically just trying to stay in range of the XP early on and try not to take too much damage so that you can hit those levels. And eventually, as you mentioned, junglers should be pathing top. That's what you would expect.
So just get the bounce back here and then try and stack some waves. Alan does a full clear of his jungle, might make his way over as we have an even score there. And of course, Sword also has the Ignite, right? So that also adds Keen going for the flash, which is great for setup, but in terms of raw combat, not going to provide nearly as much utility. Gonna have to be a little careful if that is T.
Oh, this is... Oh, I don't know if he saw him, though, but he should know where he is. But the pathing here is perfect to gank onto the mid lane. The yellow card comes in with the flash Q. Will follow up, and the damage will absolutely be there. Fantastic movement around the map here from Umpty. Doesn't bother with top, goes for the free kill onto Fate.
Really nicely done, very narrowly sneaking by does Umpty, and I wonder whether Fate didn't have his W available or whether he had leveled his E to level 2 instead. We've seen Victors do that in the past, and it has led to situations like this where they get punished accordingly.
태연아 나 지금부터 가볼게.
As this is
올카
as
되나?
cookie cutter as
잡을만하다,
it
이거.
gets, right? Not really a lot of ways out, unfortunately, for Fate.
얘들아 미드 잡았어.
I got mid, guys. That's what he said.
And generally, Umpty getting early kills is, as a Fred Brian fan, the best thing that can possibly happen. Because that's how their wins always start. It's always Umpty getting stuff done.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, him being proactive and finding ganks is basically how they win 100%. I don't want to say 100%, but it's the majority.
It's pretty close.
Yeah.
It's not an unreasonable thing to say. The rest of the team plays really well around Umpty leading the charge, right?
Yeah. And it makes sense for the type of player he is, the type of person he is. So, either way, nice little start. And Sword does get in range of Keen here. The Ignite coming out pretty early on just to dissuade him from going even further on the trade. But now up a level, and Keen, he's feeling pretty good as he has Flash, and Sword does not have either Summoner, including Teleport, so he's not gonna, if he backs here, catch this wave.
Yeah, this is where we start to see the dominance of the Renekton come through, right? As we mentioned earlier, it takes a couple of levels, but once he does get a little more points in Call the Meek, gets his stun available, then he can start out-trading the Gwen, and now Sword should be a prime target to get dove. Keen can get a fresh back in, the wave is going to bounce back, and either...
Look at Ellum.
Yeah.
He was on like a straight path to the top lane, and he's still thinking about it. No, he's just going to go to the Crux.
Ooh, Ward's still there, but yeah, expecting Keen to teleport back here. And then he can either freeze the wave in front of his turret, and then Sword is very sad. Or, alternatively, he can look for the setup with Alan, because, again, Keen has flash available. There's very little counterplay to that, as it says hello in mid lane, and then says goodbye.
Thank you for the cannon.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's our cannon now, Valdez.
It is It is the cannon for both of them. And then he'll just path down to the bottom side once again. Level 6 here for Keen. So now Sword is on farm under turret duty. And again, a little bit surprised that Elm hasn't shown his face up in the top lane just yet.
Yeah, it's the timing of the waves with Elm's jungle pathing hasn't really been perfect. So he would have either had to sack his clear, which on Italy, if you fall behind against the Lee, you can get into really tough situations later on. And looking at the wave state on bot, I think he also wants to be in the general vicinity in case a dive does come through, but gonna have to fix that. Will not path towards that top side for the Scuttle. Is spotted, sees the ward die as well, so no play gonna come through there as I say that.
Yeah, I mean, the Italy's up here, and they have Prio from top. Not quite from mid, though, as Fate is on a back, so Kwangdong Feek's probably waiting for that as the blue card is taken out here from Lava. You can see now with the Renekton and his huge priority that he has brought down from the lane, he will bully both of them out of the river and return to his throne in the top lane.
Interesting is they're not even going to use that to actually pick up the Scuttle. Instead, we have the rotation coming through from Adam. Wants to be on the bot side of the map, his jungle fully up there. And getting the early Drake, we mentioned, really important for Kwangdong. The more leads they can get for themselves early on, the better they're going to feel going into the mid to late stages of the game. And picking up the Drake early on is going to help a lot. If this is a Cloud, oh, perfect. They are very, very happy looking for a relevant soul because honestly, anything from Mountain to Infernal, you're going to be very happy with. Ocean is kind of so-so, but it's not the end of the world. Still will be able to utilize that decently as Keen is showing why the Renekton has been basically permanently banned in the LCK, even without the Lee showing her face.
Yeah, this is just what Renekton does in lanes, right? As Lava is making his way up to the top side, he is spotted. And, you know, honestly, even if he was there, I'm not so sure that he would be able to kill the Renekton with Flash available on Keen at the moment. So even Lava with the TF first pick, he's trying to find something. He can't do anything in the top lane, so he will just return to farming mid.
And wonder whether Keen is going to crash in here again. Does want to look for a back. First back was just a pickaxe, but again, haven't really seen the offensive power of that Renekton Italy be utilized as much as I think we'd like. Could look for it here with a play on the Rift Herald, but a lot of vision control here available for ㅅ2022.
Yeah, and with this duo and the amount of prio that you have from top, you should never lose the Rift Heralds. So I don't really agree with ㅅ2022 making a huge rotation up to 5v5 at the Rift Herald because you're never going to win that fight.
Don't do it.
Unless someone on the side of Kwangdong Freaks makes a huge mistake. I mean, it's even level 6 Hoyt to level 5 Delight because the bottom lane is going well for Kwangdong, it looks like.
It's not the play. I agree with you, Velbus. I understand because Kai'Sa is not necessarily the greatest, right? Especially the build she's gone for. Xayah, sorry, yeah. With the lethality, attempting to... And now we do see the rotation coming through, but I don't think there's ever a situation where that's going to work out for you. Just looking at the comps, right? A 5v5 at this point in the game is Kwangdong. You'll take that anytime.
Yeah.
ㅅ2022 not really responding well. Really some lost opportunities. Because now Teddy's going to make his way back. Barely miss anything.
Yeah.
They get the Herald as well.
Miss nothing. I mean, it'll just be 2v2 down on the bottom side. He might not even miss a single minion. Yeah, he gets both of those ranged minions.
Wow.
And yeah, nothing is lost. Only gains here for the side of Kwangdong Freaks. They have the Rift Herald in the pockets of Elim now. As we do have a bit of a rotation in through the blue side jungle here. Blue buff jungle. Umpty with his own blue buff. Coming on in and being annoying, but this is all cleared out already.
I'm going to find anything. I think maybe for a pick onto Fate, but Fate, question mark pings, the flags are coming down. Knows that that side of the jungle is not safe, hovering towards the other end, needs to be very respectful because another counterplay available to a gold card to come through from the TF, especially with him going Sorks as well, prioritizing damage, but a little bit more susceptible to those ganks. As slow early pace of the game definitely favoring ㅅ2022, but we could see some explosiveness with this Eye of the Herald in the inventory of LM.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why we were talking about the Rift Herald fight in that way. It's because Kwangdong Freaks would love to fight, as you were pointing out. And they haven't really been forcing too much at the same time. It's like you have this comp that loves to fight. Yes, you're bullying objectives and you are getting that, but you're not diving, you're not trying to set up ganks. And then Italy is essentially only farming at this point in time. Now, the place where you really have the gank assist is up in the top side with Renekton, obviously. That's why they have this duo, but to not go up there even once does raise some questions in my mind.
I think one of the key issues there is the TF, right? Just the existence of lava means that you need to have perfect coordination. You need to be aware of where lava is, make sure that he's shoved in underneath his turret and can't just roam up as LM.
That's a fight we were looking for. But with and Delight being spotted, those look like they weren't going to go for any flash plays. Lava also able to hold on to his flash, but he is chunked out pretty severely here, as even some spears threatening his life. Rift Herald will get a very juicy charge into the mid lane here. One more hit onto that will pick up another plate, and that should go into the pockets of Fate.
Now we're starting to see the lead come through for Kwangdong. Next response should be that dragon. Yes, it's just a cloud, but it's all about stacking them. Because if they don't stack the Drakes, and ㅅ just get to leisurely move around the map later on, not pressured by any timers on that, it's going to be so much harder for Kwangdong to really get anything done. And we keep going back to this because this is a really low action game. And I don't think that's good for Kwangdong. And it's partially the TF, it's partially, as you pointed out, the lack of activity. Why are the waves not being synced up? Why haven't we seen Gwen getting dove? It's a flashless Gwen into a Renekton in Italy. It's exactly what we need to see.
Yeah.
Should have been opportunities as here comes the TP. I like this.
Okay, flash does come in. Miss on the Soul Flare. is going to have to back away. Still some decent damage, and Poke comes out from the Jin and should secure the objective here for the Kwangdong Freaks. is still sticking around, though. It almost looks like they want to go for a fight here. On the side of ㅅ the TP will come in, and the dive into the backside. Rakan gets a huge engage, and that's 2 people dead already, but here comes Keen, now into the thick of 5 of them, but, he's pretty tanky, but not quite tanky enough. Not able to kill a single member on the side of ㅅ.
Kwangdong, you need to be coordinated there, because LM is standing there, sitting with a full hellbar, not pouncing. Teddy can't really get to the fight, so in his case it's not as egregious, but exactly the issues that have plagued Kwangdong in the past, and where ㅅ excels is the coordination. I don't think this is the right play from ㅅ, but the key thing is they go in it together, right? And that
all
is
5
something
onto 2.
that they always do. I think that if LM and Keen jump in here together, if that spear does hit, and LM goes in here, then there's an opportunity, but has to get away from the Blade Caller, and then just sits there on the outside of the fight, not able to get anything. Look at how low these health bars are. It is a really big problem that keeps plaguing Kwangdong, because yes, you get the Drake, but it's the Ocean Soul as well. I think the worst outcome that you could have, and you're falling behind again against a much more coordinated ㅅ this early on.
Yeah, it's a great point you raised, because one of the biggest criticisms of Kwangdong Freaks has been their lack of coordination or lack of proactivity. And one of the biggest praises we give to ㅅ is their coordination and their ability to play as a team. So when it comes to that, when it comes to team fights, as we can already see, ㅅ seem to be, as a team, very favored. Doesn't matter what comp you're running, if it's 5v2, you just kill the 2. And you have a great time. So, Kwangdong Freaks, they still get the Drake, even though they do lose a bunch. But at the same time, there's some aspects of ㅅ's comp now that, as the game is beginning to come along here, they can skirmish very, very well. You consider the Fed Sin is going to be doing a lot of work. The TF and his catchability is insane. And all of a sudden, with this gold lead, ㅅ can begin to take some of those team fights in the future as well.
As Kwangdong, you're going to be looking at finding the correct angles, making sure that it's not actually even fights. Find someone, blow them up, using your Renekton, your Nidalee, or a Solar Flare.
Well, this is one way to do it. Flashless is Lava, gets a free kill. Very nicely played there from Point to set that all up. And Kwangdong was just in position to take him down.
Thank you, Hoyt. That's what we want to see. As for the poke.
Yeah, they do have some pretty insane poke on this side. as the Jin also coming out here. And wait for it. There you go.
Music with the curtain call is just so good. Hearing that in the back. And now should be first turbo going over to Kwangdong Freaks. Is it enough? No, but it's a start. And it's exactly what Kwangdong needs to keep doing. You need to keep, or try and catch Fred and Brian off guard with your superior pick potential. The lava is basically also the only target on which it works. Because if you look, Umti has an insane amount of survivability. Sword is immune. And then Hannah and the Light are basically self-explanatory. Either the Xayah ultimate, the Cleanse, or the Flash is generally going to be up, and Rakan is way too slippery. So I don't think as Kwangdong Freaks you can rely on that, but it's those type of picks, or possibly in the side lane, maybe try and find collapses on lava so he can't collapse on you, that you're going to need to find consistently. Because otherwise, once you get into later stage of the game, it's not impossible. There's elements of Fred Brion's comp that are a little bit janky. It's not the true Fred Brion team comp, where it's like tank, mid, carries, protection. You know, it's like it's tank, basic as a
healer,
yes.
DPS.
We have everything you could possibly want.
Just 5 horns and you've got everything. Yeah, this is. He was just clearing a ward and they had no vision over the wall. It's just a mistake.
Yeah.
So, Kwangdong Freaks with the amount of pick that they have, very easy for them to secure a nice little kill.
And now the vision is being cleared out in the Kwangdong jungle. I would like to see them push that vision line. This is a key Drake. Yes, Ocean Soul might not be as good as it would be in a lot of other situations. Yes, you would have rather had the Infernal or the Mountain, but it's still something that I think you're going to take.
It's definitely true, as
Gonna have
Freaks. Yeah.
Have a lot of choice.
I mean, I understand, you know, grouping up here as a 4, throw Keen into the side lane. He does have that unleashed teleport at this moment in time. Just try to poke as much as you can with Victor, Jin, and Nidalee. Should be pretty decent. Problem is that as a 4, it'll be difficult to take position on the Drake. Now, if you drop the Rift Herald, this is one way you can use, you know, drop the Rift Herald and then rotate on in, but it seems like they just want to fight under the turret, which I don't think they're going to find that here. Sword is getting to work on this Drake. Keen still not rotating. Still split pushing, and it does look like they will just give the Drake over to Fred Brion.
Yeah, they knew this was going to get taken. I think this is a decent trade. I think 2 turrets for a Drake that in the grand scheme of things is not as relevant for you is fine. It's not amazing, but at least it puts you even on gold again. And it funneled a lot of gold into the pockets of Keen. It looks like Keen is going to have to do all the heavy lifting. Going to have to try desperately.
Sounds familiar.
I was about to say, how many times have we said that? Now it's definitely works. Because now you got that inner on the side lane, and that is a huge gold boost for Kwangdong. In the extended trade, going to give this one up. But again, it's all about Keen. How much can he do on this Renekton? Because the rest of his team has great, as we have seen, long range engage, a lot of threat that needs to be respected between Nidalee, Poke, and then Teddy and Hoyt on that Leona and Jin duo.
That's definitely very true. And we do pick up the turret down on the bottom side there for Sword. You know, he's gearing up for potentially trying to side lane in his own right. We'll have to see if he, you know, if he can get enough items to eventually outscale the Renekton and have a chance in that lane. Currently down 53 CS in that one, so certainly going to hurt his chances.
Yeah,
but
we'll get there eventually.
Yeah, and he's got a TF on his team as well, so there's definitely a lot of shenanigans that Fred Brion can pull in the side lane. We've seen it before with champions that have great lockdown, like Ryze or Camille, but with the Gwen, you know, definitely great staying power, but less gank assist for the TF who can come in. But still an option, and you see that Lava is also doing his own share of split pushing. He will be in the top side and look to take out this turret. Nobody from Kwangdong is up there, so it should be free.
Really like this from Kwangdong. It's exactly what what you'd want to see. Try and leverage your shove and your fighting power at this point in the game as much as possible. Try and get as much gold. Look at the bot side jungle, completely filled up. With wards for them, everyone's shadowing to make sure that if a possible collapse comes in, TF teleports behind Keen, then the rest of the team is there to help. And I think you need to go for a Baron fight. The moment that Keen finishes that Starrock's Gauge, doesn't matter what the rest of the steady games, try and force on that. Because if you don't get that spy going, I think the later this game gets, the more awkward it gets for Kwangdong Freaks, as ㅅ2022, Gwen's going to get more items, and it doesn't matter how far ahead you are as Renekton. At some point, you're going to start losing that 1v1, and then the Xayah is kind of self-explanatory.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I mean, they don't have the best Baron damage. I mean, I suppose the Renekton and the Victor are there, but with the Jhin, it becomes a little bit more difficult. But their turn is insanely good. So, like, even just forcing ㅅ2022 into any kind of fight, even if it means you take a little bit of damage from the Baron, I think it's a good idea. Gotta group up and get some vision on that Baron at this moment. They have some around it, but not quite there yet.
And although we are seeing the Renekton Nidalee, right, and the Jhin, who doesn't necessarily skill amazingly, we should also be careful not to go too hard on saying that ㅅ2022 outskills, because as I mentioned previously, I do think that individually, in terms of champions, they have an edge, but it's kind of an awkward composition. And TF in straight-up 5v5s can be a problem, especially if you try and collapse onto a Victor that is standing there with 2 items. As you so graciously point out to me, Veldes. Yeah, Valdanalist in full way here. I love it.
Yeah, Valdanalist doing, you know,
he's
got a really hard job. You point at the Victor and you say, scaling. That's, It is. Atlantalist is able to do that one as well.
It is a Valdanalist game though, because we are 20. It's. I think every ㅅ2022 game is a Valdanalist game.
True. And you get a lot of time to break everything down.
Oh yeah. Into the tiny little details.
Yes.
So tiny.
Break it into tiny pieces.
You might not even care.
Yeah.
But we do.
And you know, looking at the builds at the moment, you talked about that Sterix Gauge. It is completed. I think that Kwangdong Freaks, this is the moment where you're just like, see enemy champion, fight enemy champion. And this Drake should be secured. If you're not getting one of those things done, I don't think you're very happy. Now Sword is really trying to defend this ward here. And he does take some damage as the TF ult is coming in. He's behind the team here as Lava is getting into the thick of things. He immediately goes down. Not sure about that one, as now Delight is super low. The engage is very broken up here on the side of ㅅ2022. And that should mean that Kwangdong Freaks will have the edge. Their chase is fantastic here, as the spear will be perfect, right on point. Ellen is able to land that one. Hoyt goes in for a bit more. And you see a huge blade caller does come in, lots of damage. And Umpty kept landing those Qs, but never found an opportunity. Didn't even get to use his dragon kick. A very aggressive engage does not work for ㅅ2022.
And that is with the stopwatch up as well. And something I don't think is a necessity, because you have a Rakan. There is plenty of engage for ㅅ2022. And if the TF was the only available option for you to try and force something, then it'd be a little bit different. As I don't know about that one, Umpty. Gonna make it out, and if we're gonna take a look at the replay here in a little bit as well, watch how much damage is thrown into a Keen that, as we mentioned previously, has just hit his spike. Like, he is such a big crocodile.
It's gigantic.
Yeah, because
while
the rest of his team is in the back line, killing Lava, who went for an over-enthusiastic play thinking that Zhonya's would get it done. Keen basically tanks 4 people there, and is fine because, again, this is the point of the game where Renekton is just insanely strong. And here you see, as you mentioned, the re-engage, right? The fighting power that is still available, as that's the Lethality Xayah. That blade caller hurts a whole lot.
Yeah.
But not enough. And now soul points and a lot of gold into the pockets of Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, I mean, although I do appreciate the enthusiasm for Lava in the Church of Stopwatch, I don't think that was quite it, sir. So maybe next time. He did complete the Zhonya's, even though he didn't use the stopwatch, so he's got that fully completed item.
Points deducted from Veldes.
Yes.
Our resident stopwatch.
I think holding on to the stopwatch is just fine. A lot of Zhonya's actually being built in this game. It's pretty understandable with the amount of threats, as we do have the slowdown. Going to force the Xayah ultimate, and he's nearly burning down, and Delight goes behind him, and the snipe comes in. Teddy picks up the kill. And just the amount of long-range poke that they have is becoming a problem as Fred and Brion fall further behind.
And that is what this composition can do. It can find an edge in the mid-game. And early game didn't really pan out the way that we would have liked to see. There was definitely more opportunities. But in the mid-game, Kwangdong is really playing this comp as it's supposed to be played. And by consistently grouping, they're denying a lot of the power of this TF. And then it comes into play, like, it's kind of hard to play TF in these team fight situations. The margins are very, very thin, as, yeah, that is Xayah.
Watch this.
To a lot of range. As I think that if the light doesn't jump, then...
He dies instead.
Dies to... Well, no, I think Hannah dies to the Chaos Storm, because his health bar was really low. He tried to shield.
Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know. Would have to go and check it again. I don't think the light would have died. Maybe it would have died, but you'd rather have your Rakan die than your Xayah.
Yeah.
And now Teddy is getting more and more fed, and every single time that Fred and Brion now walks up, they immediately get hit. And the Xayah, I'm still not sold on that one. And I think
it's okay. We'll get a rise for you in game 2.
You think that's funny? I don't think it's funny, Velden.
Sorry. I sincerely apologize.
You know my feelings on this matter.
Yeah. It's a very serious matter. Rise is... I can actually check. I have the paper here.
He won one game recently.
He did, unfortunately.
Yeah.
He's 2-9. Delicious.
I don't love tunneling on stats, but in that case, I'm like, yes, let's tunnel. I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only about the win rate, it's about the way he loses, more so.
Yeah.
As Kwangdong Freaks, they don't have Baron, but they don't care. A really nice amount of poke and siege on this team, even a nice amount of dive as well. You know, they can just do what they did last time, which is exactly this. Solar Flare, you get the Deadly Flourish out there, you pull out the Jhin ultimate, you're landing shots onto them, you're softening them up. And it did look like there was a bit of a scuffle in the jungle while that was going on, and Keen took a bit of damage. So they're not going to commit to any kind of dive here with no objective on the map.
No need for them. I would like to see them do this at Baron. I think that doing this around a bot inner is nice, but as you pointed out, I don't think you really want to try and burst down the Baron. Your Baron take is relatively slow, don't really have a lot of great damage. Barring the Victor, but you will most definitely be able to force Fred and Brion in a position where they're not really feeling comfortable. And I gotta see more engages from the light, right? That is the big difference maker, or should be the big difference maker in this game. So we get a really nice pan out to see the complete lack of vision that's available here for Fred and Brion. As
you can tell that Kwangdong Freaks are really valuing this Ocean Soul.
Yeah.
Because, you know, with the lethality, Xayah, you've got the TF on the other side as well. Like, there are some poke elements in the composition of Fred and Brion as well. And if you get Ocean Soul, they're entirely negated. It's like, okay, well, we can just take this one. Okay, over the wall, here comes the Rakan. They're going to try to burst down Keen through the Sterak's Gate, through the stopwatch. Can you do it, is the question. The answer is no, but they did get a nice amount of poke onto him. Problem is, he has teleport, and he's level 16. And he is going to be here for the fight.
They're still to re-engage, right? Teddy still has the curtain almost available. Here comes the teleport. In the back line.
Oh no! Again, he doesn't have dominance, but he's still a huge threat in the back. Umpty is so low. The miss on the stun onto Umpty is still pretty big as the stuns are coming down onto Keen now as he front lines. Kwangdong Freaks trying to get some damage onto this Drake, and they will get it for the sacrifice of Keen.
You'll take it if you're Kwangdong. Most important objective is getting that soul. They're able to do so effectively as Fred and Brion throwing everything that they had possibly into a Renekton that said no. Actually, I don't
even had stopwatch.
So.
I love it.
He would have died without the stopwatch, so
yeah.
That's for sure. And this is the first time I think we see some reluctance coming through. As Keen goes in for the flash here, it's Sword that really does a lot of the heavy lifting to make sure that the rest of his team can't really come and help Keen, and then the Blade Caller seals his fate. But in doing so, everyone has to respond to the big, scary crocodile that suddenly came up out of nowhere, and as a result, they will lose the Ocean Soul. It's not the best soul, but you'll take any soul. As you pointed out, there's a couple of elements where you're still going to feel relatively nice about having it. And again, it's a soul. Like, it's not the best, but it's never bad.
Yeah, I mean, it also accelerates the game towards Elder Drake, so you'd like that.
Do you like that? I'm a bit conflicted on that one generally.
I still feel like they're in a position where with their small lead, they're comfortable to take team fights as long as they, you know, they play as a 5 and it's not just Keen having to blow everything before the fight really starts.
I've seen a little too many other flips go wrong to really feel confident. I think both teams, both teams' fans are going to feel very stressed watching this unfold, because while Kwangdong Freaks have the soul, if you look at the gold, it's not insurmountable by any means. If you look at the item leads, it's relatively even. We even see leads for someone like Lava, off the back of course, that Twisted Fate passive. Hannah is still very much on track for getting all those lethality items online, and it's an edge for Kwangdong for sure, but let's not forget what can happen in a late game fight if Gwen can go full Gwen. That's actually been one of the biggest issues I think in this game, is that Sword barely has been able to make an impact. He has had a little bit of a role earlier on in that fight, but he's still losing the side lane to a very, very angry Keen. And if the Gwen can't reliably get into the enemy backline and try and do damage dash, he doesn't really provide that much. And with Xayah having such a short effective range, it actually is a really big problem for Fred Brion to reliably get damage done unless you go all in. And they tried that, and then it didn't work, at least the second time around.
Yeah, and the thing about the Xayah as well is this lethality build is so popular nowadays, and you can understand why, but the itemization that comes out of Kwangdong Freaks is really fantastic against it across the board. I mean, we have GA, we have double Zhonya's, we even have plated steel caps for Jhin, and we've got a bunch of armor, of course, on Leona. So a lot of that lethality is being negated just in general by straight up items. So even though the Xayah in general is known to have a pretty good late game, might not be as good had he, you know, just gone for a standard crit build or something like that.
Yeah, it's all about the recall, right? The Blade Caller, that's what you're looking for, that's what you're waiting for, but Kwangdong Freaks keep that in mind. I find it hard to see how Hannah, but it's one good Blade Caller away from winning this run. That's why I think we're very on the fence about who has the edge. It's definitely Kwangdong who are ahead, but this game is one in the column. Not over until it's actually over, and it's a Fred Brion game, so I feel like 10 minutes to go still. At the very, I'm not joking.
Wow, that's I think it's a pretty low estimate actually.
It's definitely not this Elder that gets it done. It's definitely the next Elder.
It's 2+ Elders, I think, for this game at least. Until then, we're gonna be chilling. We're just gonna, you know, I'm sure you guys you watched Wolf's recent video about chill. I think we can all learn a bit about that from Wolf and from Fred Brion.
I thought you were going to say Professor Jungyeon as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Two of them.
So specifically Wolf that gave that segment of the curriculum.
Specifically the chill.
Yeah.
You're a big fan.
So, okay, that was very interesting. Elam in a weird spot here, but he does have the stopwatch. Fate is as well, as Sword is getting so much value here. The rest of his team not quite there, as Henna is also going to get zoned away from this fight. A very broken up fight. A minute until the Elder as well. As now, Jhin going to open up here. Teddy looking, probably going to find too much damage, but because of that fight, Kwangdong Freaks find a lot of space in this jungle, as now they're also on top of Sword, who is not in the best spot here. He does have his mist, and he will be able to saunter away.
Not quite sure what the teleport was, Keen. I don't know. I feel like that was the classic one where you're standing around like the Nexus turrets and you're recalling. It'll be worth it. It's fine. It will be faster. I don't know if it was. And the key thing here is that Kwangdong Freaks now have full control over the enemy bot side jungle. There is a small vision line being pushed up by Fred Brion, but it's all about this Elder Drake. Who can get that? Probably the one who's going to win this game. Well, his ultimate's down, but cooldowns are relatively short at this point. Blade Caller already back up. And it's actually Kwangdong that,
yoink,
to get it, Look at no dominance. I know, I'm ignoring it. I'm looking at those cooldown timers, Valdez.
Yeah.
They're important.
I like taking the red away from Xayah. Feels good.
It does feel good.
And Sword's going to go over the wall here. Now on top of the Drake, goes back the other way. And here we go once again. 5v5. The showdown over the Elder Drake. Sword's in the pit again. And he's actually looking to join with his team here. The spears are getting some really nice work done. The Solar Flare is mediocre at best.
Suboptimal.
Unlikely to find much there. As we're just going ahead and poking, this should favor the side of Kwangdong Freaks as well. Jin gonna open up here. He's gonna find Umti for that first one. Sword is very far away from the rest of his team. Now the Rakan potentially looking for the engage, but Sword might just get blown up there in the front. Down he goes. The kick is fantastic from Umti, and the Blade Caller gets a lot of value too. As Henna and Lava still alive, a pretty close fight still as they will go for the re-engage, and Lava is in the front. He is not quite a tank. Henna, though, is getting so much work done. Another big Blade Caller, and he will stay alive. Advantage to the side of Kwangdong Freaks, though, as it is 3v2, and they will continue and pick up this Elder Drake.
It's a hard-fought battle with Kwangdong Freaks in the end. This is where the sustain of Ocean Soul really comes in.
Okay.
It's Rakan. I'm like, no.
We've seen it before, okay?
I know. But Alan gets it. And it is the poke of Alan and Fate that makes a really big difference there, right? Look at Umti getting chunk load, then that ultimate comes through, and Sword looking for a back and then the TP back in. Goes in very aggressively. The rest of his team not quite there to back him up, and without the kick that's about to come in from Umti, this fight would have been very one-sided. But that buys so much time. The only downside is that the Blade Caller is not available, because if that would have been a combo, that would have been the end of the fight right there. Then Keen and Hoyt try desperately to get onto that Zyrakan backline, and I gotta say, I think that Henna and the Light played this beautifully. Like, this is Zyrakan at its best. The problem is that the rest of the comp just doesn't work that well with that combo. If they had a tankier front line, something that actually allowed him to walk up closer, might have been a different case, but now Elder buff off to Kwangdong. Baron falls as well.
Yeah, so they get Exodia here. We'll see if they do want to push in and try to end this game at this moment in time. Only a minute 20 left on the Elder Drake, but you can definitely look for at least a couple of inhibitors. And we'll see how they do go about this here. They've thrown Keen into the mid lane, 4 in the top side. And we'll just look for a straight up push at this point in time. We do have cooldowns available once again for Fred Brion if they want to go ahead and try. I think your best shot, if you're going to go for it while the Elder is available, is to do it as fast as possible. Otherwise, you're just going to have to give up your 2 inhibitors.
And looks like that is going to happen. Nonetheless, Valdez as slowly the base starts falling. Still 35 seconds left, and maybe we don't need a second Elder. Maybe it's just the one here for Kwangdong.
Oh, that was big. Henna does pull out the cleanse at the exact right time, but having Elder with this amount of poke and Baron minions shelling on the turrets, I think Kwangdong have this nice Blade Caller there in the back onto LM, but he's got some heals. Henna has to throw out his ultimate as well. As Umti, he's going for a walk. He's behind enemy lines at this point, looking for a big kick. I don't know if he's going to be able to find one here, as the lasers have been gigantic. Down goes the Elder, and they immediately pull the trigger as they get onto that front line, and Kwangdong Freaks are like, no, we don't want to fight this actually, as they're still on the backside here. Teddy not really able to find too much value, as here comes Fred Brion looking for more and more.
I don't know if you can get away here as Kwangdong Freaks, Fred Brion, they're chasing, need to respect still. All the power available. I think you just take the win where you found it, but no, they want to keep going. Getting the resets, but the poke is still big.
Okay, well, here comes the turn as the mist is going to do some wonders. Umti is in the back line. They're trying to burst down Teddy, and they absolutely will. It will be the triple kill eventually coming out here on the side of Fred Brion. They get that, and here comes Fred Brion barreling down the bottom lane.
And teleports are going to come through. Only Fade is alive. Is this actually going to be the turnaround? Guangdong!
Oh, man. Well, they still got to deal with their base. If Sword and Lava could do it alone, then maybe.
Void and Fade are there.
I don't know. I mean, they have a lot of turret damage here, especially with the Lich Bane, but oh boy, they're still getting in on this one. Fighting 2v2. Look at this TP right on top of Victor. He's going to be able to pick it up. The Chaos Storm, though, gets some value as that one minion is going to go down, but they still have the damage on the turret, and look at this. Sword is getting to work, and Hoyt can't stop him. Sword is going to be able to get it all on his lonesome, and GG, Fred at Breon turn it around and get the win in such flashy fashion.
Words fail me, Valdez. Unbelievable. The Fred at Breon fans in the crowd going crazy. And as a Guangdong Freaks fan, that is just disaster. Honestly, I don't think anyone saw that one coming as the push came through, and this is the one thing that I think sets Fred Arena apart from a lot of the teams on the weaker side of the bracket. It's that while it might not always be clean, if one goes in, so do all. And it was right the moment we heard the Korean casters count down till the Elder buff was gone. Literally the second it dropped, everyone jumped in. Should it have worked? I don't think so. I think Guangdong should have had the victor in a safe position behind his front line that he did have. And as Guangdong Freaks, that is a heartbreaking loss.
Yeah, I don't even know what you would say in that booth right now. It should have been cleaner than that. I think you push the issue while you have the Elder, or you get out of there, or you try to wait for more Baron minions. I don't know. But they just got collapsed on. Everything fell apart. Picks came in, and it's almost like they didn't expect the fight to come.
It's the hesitation again, right? Because they're sitting there with the Elder buff still up. They just need to flash on someone. Like, as long as that Elder buff is there, even if you're diving 2 Nexus turrets, if you do it reasonably well and you don't walk into Hannah getting a big ultimate, you're fine, right? That's the only target at that point in the game that you're really that scared of. But it just wasn't there, and again, Guangdong Freaks kind of falling victim to their own fear, their own inactivity, and the team just can't seem to really break out of this streak. There were a couple of DRX games that looked very similar to this, and that's a anime protagonist win if I've ever seen one. Fred at Breon coming through yet again. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. I mean, I love the way they handled it too. Just very, very well done. And that's a graph. That's a graph right there. Guangdong Freaks looked so good while they were winning until the 40-minute mark. The clock striked 40, and it was all over.
It's the Fred and Breon comfort zone.
Yeah, 40 minutes, man. That's where they strive to be. That's where they thrive as a unit. And it doesn't work with 4. It doesn't work with 2. It works with 5. For Fred at Breon. Whenever they can fight a team fight, they generally look good, and they generally get wins. And they followed them all the way down the lane, even at the TF and the side lane push. TF and Gwen coming together at the end, just like we kind of mentioned early on. They get the job done. But that's not the end of the series, guys. Game number 1 goes the way of Fred at Breon, but we could be in for a treat for this last series. But guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the analyst chairs, and we will be back.
안될 것 같아.
아니 해볼만해 해볼만해.
오케이.
해봐 해봐.
확실하게 해봐.
빅토르 포커싱 빅토르 포커싱.
빅토르 노플. 노플 좀냐 없다.
앞라인 치면서 해봐 20초야. 야 끝났어
나이스!
끝났어. 밀어. 감사해야 돼 태연아. 잘 살아봐.
너 살아야 돼.
아 괜찮아 형 그냥 끝나.
넥서스 나이스! 잘했다! 개 잘했다!
엄성현이야 엄성현.
넥서스 쳐줘, 넥서스
야
쳐줘.
렉서스 쳐줘야 돼 태연아.
나 민현에 막혔어. 나이스! 얘들아! 진짜 잘했다.
끝까지 아껴.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to assorted analytical furniture and a glorious little rug here. I am Atlas, this is Wolf, and that was Fred Brion stealing a game of League of Legends.
It certainly was. Taking a look at the draft, we had both Twisted Fate and Renekton going through. They split across the Rift. I really thought the draft for Guangdong Freaks was more well-rounded overall, but there was definitely a lot of potential for Fred Brion to get an early lead and snowball the game. But we ran into some big hiccups around those first few objectives, as well as swords, laning. Welcome back to the LCK. Straight into the Keen test, and it didn't start off very well.
No, it didn't. Not in the laning phase, but Sword was still so extraordinarily Sword. As we're going to bring up the highlight here of the lane not going very well. He went in, used every single bit of resource that he had. He even, I believe, used his Ignite at one point.
He ignites before
very
this.
early.
He ignites before this, and he had already used his recall earlier, or basically cheated recall, used his teleport to get back to lane, found himself massively behind CS, and then was able to give Keen a huge advantage. Lost a lot of CS. He was already about 10 to 12 CS behind before this moment, and then after this moment, he fell even further behind. So Keen was he had so much more power in side lanes in the very early parts of the side lanes, was pushing Sword into turret, had so much power to push those plates down, and those first few objective fights, he was way more relevant. Now, if we go forward in time, it's Gwen, and her relevance is always going to be better in late game team fights than a Renekton, even if the Renekton is insanely fed, because she can AoE damage the entire team consistently, as well as kind of Omnivamp heal her way through those fights.
Yeah, certainly is a little bit more valuable. Also was able to get a lot of work done in side lanes as well. We actually saw Sword realize that he's not going to be able to offer any counter siege, right? So they gave up 2 inhibitors to allow Sword to try and get some gold back by taking in a turret there on the bottom side, and that actually provided them an inroad. Let's bring up our next highlight though, because this was Lava running away from a crocodile to allow himself to actually get that really sick Destiny flank.
Yeah,
we didn't see this in live.
So you can see that Lava is here trying to zone Keen out, but also needs to engage. So gold cards Keen here and kites back, and then he is able to Destiny away, because Keen has to take the long way, and if Keen doesn't go right now, then he's eventually, the team fight is going to be lost without him. But he's also trying to stop the Destiny gate from going off. Meanwhile, it's a really sick engage here between the Lee Sin and, of course, the follow-up there from the Rakan. So once the gold card comes through with the Rakan ultimate there, they're all stuck between a rock and a hard place. Keen is there at the end of the fight. He's extremely fed. He's at that huge power spike that Renekton has, but he's just too late to actually turn the fight a battle.
And what Lava was doing that entire time was keeping a whole stack of money out of that team fight, right? Because Keen, as per usual, we saw those extraordinary stats. Keen's stats here in the LCK are absolutely insane, but most of the time it only goes up to that 15-minute mark, and even though he can finish the game with a 5,000 gold lead over his opponent, doesn't matter if the 50 gold of the Nexus goes to the other team. Let's bring up the insanity that was this final fight. As Guangdong Freaks, they were closing in. They had everything. Valdez said it, they had Exodia. And unfortunately, Fate gets closed in on, and this 4v5 was unable to be kited.
You can't win this fight anymore without that Victor damage, and they're just trapped here as they try to escape, and they're able to flash Umpty's first Q here, but you're stuck right now, and look at the bottom lane where the teleport is coming through. Twisted Fate is he's already helped set up by Sword's play earlier to open up the avenue to win the game. And here, this is no longer a winnable fight. Between a Gwyn's healing and the lack of Victor damage here, you end up slowly losing this. This is where it was already opened up from that play from Sword earlier on you were mentioning, and so they just go straight for the Nexus. As the respawns come through, it's a heroic attempt one last time here for the Guangdong Freaks to try to defend. There's not a ton of minions here, but look at the damage. We're 40 minutes in, so the turret basically dies from 4 of Sword's autos, and the Nexus doesn't fare much better.
I love this point-blank Destiny as well from Lava. He manages to even Zhonya's the Chaos Storm, and then Sword very comfortably deals with the rest of that tower, even though there were no minions there. Just an absolutely insane end to the game. And to quote the very, very famous quote of our friend Skara here on the broadcast, say, Guangdong Freaks were winning until they lost. Straight up how it worked. Like they were winning the entire game, and then the
most of the entire game.
Nexus.
Most of the entire game.
Yeah, there was like a few hiccups here and there, but let's have a look at the POG and see who manages to pick this one up. As Sword does grab it. Yep,
He did
it's
a
exactly
lot.
the same thing. You know, it's not being able to lane extraordinarily well, and then team fight effectively and shock all in the late game, and Sword did it once again.
30% of the team's damage here, and almost twice as or damage efficient per gold here as you can get. And he set up a lot of these fights, and he also helped zone out the Guangdong Freaks in a lot of really key moments. I'll know exactly which highlights we will get here because there were a lot of fights and skirmishes in this 40-minute game. Looks like we're going to really skip ahead. But he did a ton of damage here, and not to mention he was the one who set up, as we talked about before, that bot teleport that you're going to see Lava go for here in just a moment on your screen to open up the ending to the game. My vote went to Umpty, and I know a lot of people are probably going, well, it was kind of a Gwyn diff and a bit of a carry here for Sword in the end, but Umpty set up so many great moments here, and the kicks that he had through the mid-game.
I mean, this kick, like, that contributed to winning the game. Because honestly, Fred and Brion, they shouldn't, like, the votes shouldn't happen from the rest of this game because they were losing the entire rest of this game. Like, that last moment is what did it as, this is extraordinarily split. And I respect the Henna voters, as, of course, our mate Chronicle are going to be one of those, throwing that one out. And this time, not going to give him any flack for it. And in fact, I am just going to send all of you over to join him right now.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf, for that breakdown. No flack this time. That's a rare thing from Atlas.
I'm not getting flamed.
Feels good.
I'm already excited about this match.
I like it, yeah.
That was certainly a roller coaster of a game. And
yeah.
I wonder, the real question after that is how good is the mental for Guangdong? Because that's not one you want to lose.
Yeah, I don't. You know, if I played that game in solo queue, I would turn off the game for a while and just say,
"No, you don't.
I'm way too tilted. I'm going to lose this next one if I play.
100%.
I'm going to be super angry." Nobody's happy here on the side of Guangdong Freaks.
Oh, and it breaks my heart because I think Teddy played that game so well. Like, honestly, I already had the bot lane vote ready for him. I thought that his Jhin was immaculate in terms of positioning. But these faces are no surprise. And I think the issue is that Guangdong Freaks, again, and we keep seeing it, and it keeps being a problem, even in games that should 100% be won, when you pick up the Elder, when you pick up the Soul, when you pick up the Baron, because they are missing a heart, they are missing unity, they are missing an X factor. Someone, doesn't matter if the calls are bad, but someone needs to make the calls. And I think that the form of players like Element Hoyt have kind of deteriorated, but for me, the biggest one is Fate, because Fate was, I think, a core part of why Liv Sandbox had that uprising in the middle of summer, right, where they look like a top team. He was so dependable, and it's just nowhere to be seen right now. And for Guangdong's sakes, I hope they can bounce back, but honestly, I feel like they've fallen right into the Fred and Brion trap. They passed the 40-minute mark. Every team makes that mistake one time, and it leads into 2-0s every single time. I don't know how they do it. I mean, they do it. It's just them all going in together every single time. And it works. It's a team game in the end, you know. Sometimes we overcomplicate things, but if all 5 of you jump in at exactly the same moment, responding to that, easier said than done.
Yeah, definitely is. We have swapped sides here for the draft of Game 2. So another Jinx ban. We do not want to let Teddy get his hands on the Jinx, it feels like. As Karma also going to be taken off the board here. No Felios ban just yet, no Corki, no well, there is TF. But we could see a Corki ban here.
I think Corki ban is a good call. Will be Kali instead. Well, Guangdong, let's go to 3 games. Let's get it done. There's only one right answer here, Valdas. No, that's not the answer.
That's not what?
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine actually, because Teddy, I see the look. Teddy is the carry. Teddy is the carry.
They failed
Teddy's gonna carry on the Felios.
They failed drafting class.
Right.
This was the test, and
right?
Sorry, they got an F.
Valdes.
Yeah.
Say it ain't so.
I mean, I just think Corki is absolutely 100% busted right now, and Faker agrees. Like,
he doesn't.
I have Faker's word behind me, you know. Rakana's going to come out here as well, and you know, does make you wonder if they will pick up that Zaya again. Seems very likely.
I'm gonna need a moment, Veldes.
I understand. I'm pulling myself through this one as well.
I'm glad we got each other.
Yeah.
Because this is, it's rough. I think as Guangdong Freaks just go all in on the Teddy train, I say, as they lock in really strong. That's disaster.
Indeed, indeed.
That's honestly, like, that's so painful. Like trying to play Lee and LeBlanc into Corky Zaya.
Yeah, I mean, you're just asking to get poked out, to get disengaged on, to have no real effect on later team fights.
I would have loved Fate Syndra.
You don't even have anyone on their side. I guess you have Rakan that's going into Aphelios. Like, both Zaya and Corky are going to be fine against that. I mean, I suppose Zaya does get outranged, but they can still poke him, right? She can still throw out feathers, and we all know what Corky does.
I think Zaya's never going to be in effective range. I think in laning phase there's opportunities for Teddy there, but the reason why, of course, we are feeling so dispirited is because I think, I speak for everyone, when the expectations for this Guangdong team were pretty high. Yeah, they were not going to be a top contender, but I expected them to be middle of the pack, carried by players like Keen, like Teddy, like Fate, and I think Teddy is the only one that has truly looked like himself thus far on this roster. The rest of the team just having varying up and downs. Keen in terms of laning, still the titan that he always was, but when it comes to the team fights, when it comes to the execution outside of that, I think even he doesn't look as good as he has in the past. And now for a bit, lock in the hard engage, lock in the front line. We know what you want to do. Viego's fine. Let's pick up a Gragas, an Ornn, all completely fine. Just get some.
Rise top incoming.
Don't need. I am
sorry.
Nearing my limit.
I'm sorry.
There's only so much a man can take, and after that game, I'm a little bit emotionally compromised.
You know, I do like the Poppy ban. I feel like that's one of the only things that they have done well in this draft. I think it's just great in their composition. You could have played it in the jungle and denied Lee Sin and LeBlanc even more. Not very fun into the Aphelios, but we talked about that even in the last game. As Leona's coming in, they are committing to their full-on aggression plus Aphelios.
Into Zaya, I would like to reiterate, which is a choice that you can make in a draft. I don't know, Veldes. I think that looking at the Guangdong Freaks draft, there are a lot of power points, right? And obviously, we're feeling, I think, not as shattered as Guangdong, and I think a lot of people do, but we're still feeling the reeling effect of what just transpired. But it's important to note that with what Guangdong Freaks have drafted right now, it's a composition with a lot of damage, a lot of power. But I think in the Fred Breeding composition, they can poke and kite back so easily. They can engage on you. The only thing would be a relative lack of tankiness, and you still have Gragas, so like that's not even a real problem. It's just one I'm trying to find. And a lot of the issues that you usually run into with Desire, which is her very short effective range, the fact that she always wants to play kite back, well, if you have a Gragas, a Corky, and you're playing into Lee, LeBlanc, and Graves, and that's not going to be a problem. Leona as well, and this just kind of confirms to me that Guangdong Freaks only seem to see one single way of winning the game. And I think that if they don't change that mindset, they're going to keep running into the same issues, because the one way, when you're not all on the same page, doesn't seem to be working.
That is very true. You know, a lot of the pieces of this puzzle on the side of Guangdong Freaks require some coordination. You need your mid and jungle to be working very well together to use that strength that they have with that duo. You need follow-up after the Leona goes in, as she's the majority of the hard engage alongside of Lee Sin. But, you know, if the team fighting isn't there, if the coordination isn't there, you might struggle. As here on the side, just a whole lot of poke from the Corky alone. And you're really great at disengaging and cleaning up. So we'll see how it does go here as Fred Brion up against Guangdong Freaks. Game number 2 will begin right now. Here we are on the Rift once again. The Graves pick. Pretty interesting to me as well, especially when there was a lot of stuff left available. Even Tryndamere was left available. but not going to see that here in this one. They wanted some kind of frontline tank, some good engage and disengage with the Gragas. That's understandable. But it's again, it's a bit of short range, you know. Doesn't offer too much in terms of hard engage. It is a lot of damage, which they do have in spades. You know, if Guangdong Freaks do get ahead and they force objectives, perhaps they will have some opportunities.
Yeah.
But even then, you're like getting poked out by the Corki. So.
And again, it's mostly because of that previous game that kind of solidified what I think many of us were feeling with Guangdong thus far, which is that still individually, I think these players all show good moments, right? Overall, I think there's a lot to be said for playing a little bit cleaner, not trying to overforce or trying to get better at identifying when do we go in, how do we set up our objectives. But none of it seems to really come together in the end, and it's just such a recurring problem for them that I don't know what they're gonna need to fix it. Are they gonna call up some of the challenger players? Is a possibility, but their strengths are wow. Their strengths are I mean, disrupted by the current state of Corki.
The numbers don't tell the whole story, but Corki is a very comfortable pick into LeBlanc. Yet in this game, LeBlanc was picked into Corki. But you can continue, Chronicler.
Yeah. But if you look at the Challengers roster for Guangdong Freaks, their strongest players are most definitely in the top and mid lane. And the mid lane is, I think, Bulldog is currently still 16, so not eligible yet to play within the LCK. And, you know, I think subbing out Keen might not be the call on Guangdong.
You know what I honestly think is the call is you make probably Ilima play mid. I think that would actually improve.
I would actually, if you don't know about Ilima, guys, and we're going to talk about this because I don't think this early game will be very.
No, it's just Corki getting ginormous. Anyway.
Yeah.
I've been hurt before. Sorry.
It's a lot of pain in this cast. If you're unfamiliar, Ilima is one of the prospects that, in terms of individual talent, is like one of the biggest names within Challengers. If you're looking at the best team,
Challengers
DRX.
Korea.
Challengers Korea, yeah. So every single organization has a Challengers team. Players can be called up every 2 weeks. And when it comes to overall, DRX is on a tear at the moment. They're 11-1. Which is pretty much unheard of. Really, really good performance. But very much a team effort, where if you look at Guangdong Freaks, in Challengers, they're a middle-of-the-pack team, but their mid and top laner, Bulldog in mid lane, Ilima in the top lane, are extraordinary players, both in their own way, and I hope to see them in the LCK one day. But I don't mind I don't mind that idea. I think that unless Fade can refund the form that he had last year, he's been a very consistent issue for this roster. And the issue started out with Element Hoyt, but even in the last game, right, him getting picked there on the Victor can't happen at that point in the game. Like, a single kill can make the difference. Victor is such a pivotal part. He's the best scaling character on the team. Could argue even the best scaling character in the game at that point. And you can't afford to get picked off like that. For Guangdong, I can only hope that in this game they can find some solace, can maybe re-find their confidence, because when that is lost, it's really hard to find back.
Yeah, and you know, in terms of swapping players in and out, this is competitive esports. You know, you're trying to do the best so that your team does the best, so you make money, you know, the org does well, and things just go well for you, right? So it's a hard road to walk because, of course, there are people involved and emotions involved, but at the same time, you know, eventually if the team is just not doing well, I mean, you see it all the time in regular sports, players get sent up and down. It's just part of the process, as unfortunate or fortunate as it might be for some of the players that are getting called up. It's just the way it goes sometimes.
I don't even think it has to be a permanent thing. We've seen this with Damwon, I think most notoriously last split, where Ghost went from being subbed out by his own accord as well. Malrang taken over for a little bit, and the whole lane swap situation going on with Canyon playing mid, Showmaker playing AD carry. And in the end, it helped Damwon so much. And I think maybe that's what Guangdong need, maybe just a different voice. Something needs to be switched up, because what they have right now clearly isn't working on a very...
They need their own level. Peter, you're saying.
You got me, brothers. Yeah. You got me.
I mean, it's true.
You rascal.
You know?
No, you're not wrong. Like, Peter is exactly the type of X Factor you're talking about. I think Gory provided something similar to Nongshim last year, where they went from being a very middle of the pack team to an incredible mid to late game team that couldn't quite stick the landing at the very end in the gauntlet, and I think disappointed a lot of us there. But changing a single player can make a big difference, as at least in terms of laning, Kwangdong is still looking good, but laning has been the least of their problems.
Yeah, I mean, laning's fine. You know, you could expect that some of these lanes would even win, and that is definitely happening up in the top side. Keen has been putting on his test, and his opponent has been failing a couple times. But, you know, at the end of the day, I think Sword can team fight pretty well, and he showed that in game number 1. Definitely something he has worked on, and now he's on the Gragas. He's going to have a very crucial role in keeping his backline safe and poking. As we do have a little engage here, 3-on-2. Corki he's still farming. He doesn't necessarily want to fight at this point in time. He picked up a Cull and a tier, so, you know, we're just scaling if you're Corki.
3 tiers.
Yeah.
For Predator.
Wow.
Yeah. They're scaling real good, Valdez. It's the Fredabreon way.
Just wait for 40 minutes. You're going to have your spike earlier than that, but since you're Fredabreon, it might take 40 minutes.
Not even Elder and Baron can stop the Breon post 40. As overall, I think what we saw there was another good example. I think you want to look for fights early on as Kwangdong Freaks, but it's not timed quite well because Teddy went to the back there, and obviously that's not a Teddy mistake specifically, but the rest of the team was kind of looking, kind of thinking maybe we can go in, but with being there and roaming up, the Lee, LeBlanc, and Leona are denied a fight, and as we've pointed out, I feel like numerous times now, and we should probably stop doing it because it is so blindingly obvious. Doing nothing is good for Fredabreon. There's a Cull, and there's 3 tiers, and there's Corki. And I feel like that should be honestly all we say on the scaling matter in this game.
Much.
So, that's Drake number 1. Get the next one. Get the, maybe Hextech? Infernal is always really, really good. Drake, if it's Cloud, you're going to be very sad.
You're going to be really sad.
You're going to be, if you're a Kwangdong fan, that's, you know, you think you've already had suffered pain tonight, but it can get worse. There's a Cloud Soul here because it just provides so little utility for the Kwangdong team in this scenario. I
mean, the speed boost is nice, but really the issue is that the other Drakes are just so much better.
Yeah. Well, there's comps where I'd be like, Cloud Soul,
exactly,
legit very good, but in this comp, you just want damage, right? Like Hextech or Infernal, and you're good. Like either of those will do. You just need a way to get through Fredabreon because it's going to be split second later in the game. It's going to be, can you 100-0 Henna in a single rotation? Not give him the opportunity to go for a cleanse, to go for a Feather Storm. Same for Lava. Needs to have that immaculate 100% combo, otherwise everyone in Fredabreon can get out.
I think that Hextech Soul is the best, just because you get that added slow with the Static Shiv. I feel like it really helps. They already have some really good, chase down, and Infernal Soul is going to give you damage, but so is just Infernal Drakes, or rather Hextech Drakes in general, but if you add the Static Shiv, then it's going to be difficult. You know, you can lock down even a Corki or a Xayah eventually, so I do like that.
Imagine if Teddy hits a Freeman ultimate with Infernum and a Hextech Soul?
Yeah. GG. GG. We've seen that before too. That already happened this split. That's already been a thing. The thing that hasn't been a thing, or any kills or much action at all.
No.
There was the one little skirmish in the river as Lava was like, guys, wait, what are you doing? I'm just trying to sit here and farm. Like, please stop disturbing me, okay? No fighting. And he's working on his tier, he's working on his Cull, he has the Hex Drinker just to stay alive. And that's his only objective right now.
I think this is where the true LCK fan distinguishes themselves. Enjoying games like this.
Here's Delight.
No.
And Lava's like, please, leave my lane, everybody. I would not like to fight. Please and thank you. Yeah. Okay, Umpty will very nicely buffer that over the wall, and he will be just fine. Kwangdong Freaks still looking for a fight. The Rift Herald was picked up for them, and it's definitely going to be a nice start here for getting an early lead. They're not going to clear out that ward. As you see, Sword has gotten much tankier since the last time we looked up here to the top lane.
Yeah, shrugging it all off, not really caring too much. Interesting note, it's gone for the phase rush, but with the Q-Max, generally, especially when phase rush was a lot more popular, people preferred going for the E-Max as a very non-interactive trading pattern. As the Rift Herald makes its way down.
They gave Corki 25 more gold. Win for Fred Brion. I'm being facetious, of course. That's definitely a win for Guangdong Freaks. They're trying to push their the issue early on.
Yes.
I can't help but feel uncomfortable whenever Corki gets gold.
We have the time. Do you want to talk about it?
No, it's okay. I think I've handled it very well.
Yeah?
Yeah.
No unresolved issues?
No, yeah,
Regarding
it's fine.
Corki?
No. It's good.
Not afraid that Corki's just gonna, you know, come in and ruin your day. You're just minding about your own business.
Oh, that's already happened.
It's too late. It's too late.
Yeah.
He's already here.
I love how Chovy is a huge Corki connoisseur. Because Corki's really good at farming minions. It doesn't matter what the matchup is, unless the other guy literally stands in front of the wave the entire time. You can always farm with rockets. And even Phosphorus Bomb. You have like so many different ways to attack it, and your last hitting animation is really clean as well. So as Corki, like, if you're missing CS, you're probably just making mistakes or like doing something wrong, right? Like, you're always going to feel good CSing as Corki and slurping up as much gold as possible.
Action. Action.
No. Good try, guys.
No,
I saw you, LM. You used your Q. That was good. Good shot, good shot.
Okay, wait, we have package, and we have a second Drake. Surely, that will be it, right, Valdez?
I don't know. You know, if I'm Fred Brion, I'm like, nah.
Like, that's the worst, but you're right. They have free tier stacking. They don't care about a single mountain Drake.
Yeah. But they are securing position on the river as we speak. And they do have that package.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of what we talked about before. You know, we have our fun, but like at the same time, if you find someone 3v1, you'll go for it. As here comes the package. The kick comes in, but it is not enough. First blood into the hands of, unfortunately for them, Delight. But you'll still take it because you get the enemy jungler and you take down the Mountain Drake. You give yourselves a really nice cushion going into the mid game.
Not quite working out there for Alan. I think he was trying to flash and get a multi-man knock-up with the kick, then make his way out, but instead will get taken down, and that is collapse.
Oh boy. We're in for a treat, guys.
I feel like this game is going to break me, Valdez. I feel like we're getting closer. As, yeah, really nicely done by Umti, and then not sure. The flash, I think an attempt to reposition, like I said, get a multi-man knock-up and then maybe make your way out afterwards. But not able to get out, not able to safeguard to your teammate. And giving over early Drakes. I guess it matters less now, because it's a Cloud Soul.
Yeah.
Thank you,
look at the positive side of things. Always look on the bright side of life.
I really do try. I really do try.
Chronicler's the best out of all of us. That is for sure. As we do have a little rotation. No bottom turret went down, but there is still a Rift Herald here. Now, like we've been saying, Fred Brion don't necessarily have to fight over objectives with all of the scaling that they do have and the tiers and etc. But they feel pretty confident after that last fight, so they're still going to set up for it. As the Drake is down, and it's not that great. So you don't really want to be, as a team, down on the bottom side of the map anyway. As Hoyt is going to go for a little face check. We do have the charm coming out, but nobody will be chosen here. And as Hoyt does have to flash away.
And it's again Umti, the one that's setting up all these plays. Guangdong Freaks not really respecting 2 times now that he has found a stun. Rest of the team immediately ready to follow up. And again, it's the unity that Fred Brion shows. Do I think they should be fighting? It's risky, but at the same time, the payoff is huge, right? If you get ahead early with this composition, into what Kwangdong has, and it's going to take some serious missteps for you to get taken down. The one upside that I see here for Kwangdong is that they're itemizing into a lot of lifesteal, which means they can tank some Corky rockets later on.
Yeah.
Which helps.
It's definitely a good idea, as the stun will come down onto Teddy. I feel like Umpty's having a great game so far. Lots of opportunistic moments that he's found to land stuns and get some good poke in. As I think this is smart. You know, you look for some opportunities, but you're not necessarily going to commit to it, as they will give that second Rift Herald over to the side of Kwangdong Freaks. So that's at least 2 Rift Heralds now into their pockets. But ㅅ2022 are fine with that because nobody goes down.
Now, first Turbot available here for Kwangdong if they ever drop the Rift Herald down mid lane. Personally, I'd say funnel everything that you have into Teddy. Feels like the way to go, but Queen also getting increasingly fat, building up again a really, really big CS lead. Yeah, throw down. Get him the
Hell
plates.
yeah.
Get him the items. Get my man Teddy ahead, because him and Keen clearly are the ones that are going to have to do the heavy lifting here. As ㅅ2022, I think you can try and defend, but again, we're always going to err the side of caution. When Kwangdong has shown, both in the previous game and just over the LCK thus far, a complete inability to close out games, and the fact that you are sitting on so many scaling aspects of your kit. Once Lava has his Ludens, once Henna fully stacks the tier, Sword picks up a second item, that's when ㅅ2022 will be like, okay, now we're ready to fight, and fight they will, because this composition does so beautifully, both in terms of kiteback, in terms of poke, as in terms of being able to set up the fight, right? Sword with a flash body slam, or the light finding an angle, it'll be really hard for Kwangdong to match.
As we're getting there, we're almost on our Ludens now for Lava. He's got one piece of it at least, as we do speak. Of course, that is the big spike. As, wow, that Q is actually going to land onto Umpty here, who does use the Heartbreaker to just get out. He does have his flash, but he decides to hold on to that. Definitely the right choice. Just to avoid as much action as possible. Sit back, farm out all the waves, all the jungle if you can. Give blue buff to Corky, of course.
Yeah.
So that
You got it.
Yeah. Just continue shooting out rockets. Are they? I mean, I guess not. Oh, looks like they are, actually. The Corky was going bot, and I was like, not sure about that.
Okay, good poke. I like it. Do that 3 more times, Faith.
Yeah, Henna has to be a bit careful. Henna, of course, going for the lethality build once again here. As we are setting up for the Cloud Drake that is coming on in. More poke coming out from Fate. I'm sure he's trying to make up for what happened in the last game, that is for sure.
Liking this look. Kwangdong here.
Yeah, this could be a big one. Teddy's got an angle on the top side for a big Moonlight Vigil onto 3. That's a nice amount of poke damage going down onto Umpty. He nearly dies, and immediately ㅅ2022 just go out the escape hatch essentially and say, nope, never will we fight in that scenario. So Kwangdong Freaks able to get a nice little objective for themselves.
We just highlight that Teddy had a single, or maybe it was more than single, but only a couple bullets of Calibrum left, and had Crescendum Infernum ready, or Crescendum Severum ready, like right the moment the team fight would have started. Very, very nice little piece of ammo management there. As now Kwangdong, they're going.
Still trying to fight it out with their current scenario, and ㅅ2022 give them the turret, but not their lives. Only 1 kill so far, and it is in the hands of ㅅ2022.
Yes, it is. 1 kill in 20 minutes.
Groundbreaking analysis from the Vald analyst.
I'm glad the Vald analyst is here with me. I feel like it would be hard to analyze every movement in this game by myself, and you know, really give a comprehensive, intelligent, and well-rounded analysis of all the movements that are transpiring within this beautiful video.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Every angle,
Oh,
every kill and assist.
We are going over the whole spectrum of opinions, of options,
Indeed.
of builds, opportunities. But it's not really doing anything because still no one is making a move.
Yeah, I like the build from Fate so far.
Yes.
I mean, he is into the Hex Drinker on the Corki, but everybody else doesn't really have too much MR.
It's a really good Shadow Flame angle.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
So I think, you know, you want to blow up Bumpty, you can get him. You want to blow up the Henna after his ultimate is used in his flash, you might be able to get him. There's definitely some targets, and you already have a decent amount of MR shred. You don't necessarily have to go for the Void Staff if you are looking for those squishy targets that have not built MR just yet. Lava's going to be, I suppose, happy about this choice individually, because he does have the Hex Shrinker completed.
Indeed. Glad you're here, Valdanalist. Couldn't do this without you.
Yeah.
Because I'd imagine the Valdanalist is also happy that, because there's not a lot of play-by-play in this game.
True, yeah. Even the one kill that we did have, there wasn't wasn't too much to say about it.
It was pretty swift.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder what surely it's in the hand of the LCK, but like what the lowest average, average kills per minute in a game is. I think there was, if I remember correctly. Yeah, like per minute. I mean, it's probably the game with the lowest kills overall, which was 3, I think.
It was 3.
If I remember correctly, it was Rocks Tigers?
We have it right here, actually.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Thank you, Veldes.
It was in 2018 Spring, match 83. It was KSV versus Rocks. It was 3 kills. KSV won 3-0. Welcome to the LCK. We might have some engages here. Nope. No. So it's just Corki poking.
So what you're saying is that this is actually the heritage of the LCK that we're watching right here.
This is very traditional LCK right now.
I like it.
You got, you know, we don't see this every day. LCK, you know, they're moving away from their past, trying to get rid of their traditions, but I'm not all about that, you know.
Sometimes, you know, it's good to remember where you came from. In the LCK's case, low action, but high stakes gameplay. I don't really know what that means, but you'll have to forgive me. Kwang will have a 2K gold lead. That's good.
Well,
I mean, it's not quite.
Yeah.
It's not quite 2K. Okay, I'm sorry.
Let's not get into semantics now.
I'm sorry. 1.4, 1.3, you know? And that's
about 1.5 right now.
I'd say it's 1.450 maybe? Oh, but it's getting...
Look at the build of Fate. He didn't build a full Shadow Flame. He's like, oh, wait, no, they've built MR.
But they have.
What? Oh, I mean, Corki does. And so does Gragas, and so does Rakan.
Yeah. I think finishing items...
Is it a half measure? Is it not good?
I think finishing items is better.
Oh, yeah, Corki's in this game.
We were so close to forgetting.
I wonder how Kwangdong Freaks are going to solve this issue. He currently has the package.
Looking off on the flank. Needs to get into range. Has stopwatch as well. Monstrously fed.
See that Fate jumped over the wall right when the dragon got angry? A little bit of extra poke there onto Fate, as it doesn't look like Ella wants to pull the trigger on that one. As the engage is actually going to come out from Fred Brion. They're going on to the very low range of the Graves. That is one thing I was scared about after the draft. Down he goes. They're going to give 700 gold into the pockets of Viego, as Upti on the Viego is going to be able to get away with this Heartbreaker. The chase is good from the... Oh, man! That was just Xayah. He's able to pull back the feathers, and at least Teddy does have Severin. But it's another Cloud Drake. It's more time bought here for the side of Fred Brion.
And here you see the key issue, and why I think we've been a little bit all over the place with the casting, is that this draft is so hard to execute for Kwangdong because the disengage from this comp is so insanely, it's so hard to reliably engage on this team, right? Keen does a lot of damage, yeah, sure, but look at this. Like, how do you actually get on top of this team when they're in a position where they don't want you to come in? It's basically impossible unless you have all your ultimates still up. you're relying exclusively on Hoyd effectively, and once he doesn't have Solar Flare, unless he goes for flashes and really deep Zenith Blades, you're going to run into Blade Callers, you're going to run into Valkyries, you're going to run into Body Slams, explosive casks. There's just so much. This is not an explosive cast, don't be mistaken about that. As I think Kwang might have been caught.
Yeah, they're looking for the Leona, as we do have the flash available. Hoyt will get over the wall. Nice little solar flare as well. Fate is LeBlanc, so yeah, I just really like the way that Fred and Brion are playing this, where they're not just sitting back and turtling, right? They have the scaling, they know they have this advantage, and anytime they get into a fight where they're not sure about themselves, they just back away. They're not over-committing to anything, and they're keeping the game slow. They're keeping it on their terms, and if they can find a pick onto someone and an objective here and there, they'll take it, but that's not necessarily their main objective.
As Teddy gets a little bit poked down, needs to be very respectful. Has Hoyd with him, but that's not the best appeal. And I agree, and I want to again reiterate, what Fred and Brion is doing is objectively correct. Because if this game goes to stalemate, you win.
Yeah.
Like, it's really easy. If you don't walk into a big Teddy ultimate, or Keen is able to like get a smoke screen and like a couple of autos and an end of the line into multiple targets, I think as Kwang Freeze, it's insanely hard to win team fights or to actually find reliable damage. And you're playing against Corki, which, as we have already established, is always going to win these kind of stalemate scenarios. So I like this, honestly, from Kwangdong.
Yeah.
Team can tank this indefinitely. As Sword does know that this is happening, and you need to make the call. You need to turn, and you need to find a decisive fight. But again, all the cooldowns, all the ultimates are up, so it's easy to say, Kwangdong, just go. But like, how? How can you?
You got to be brave.
You gotta be brave in the.
You got to have courage.
Give me back the Veldanilus. These are Veldus answers.
Yeah,
that's not what I need.
I know.
Find me an angle. Oh.
Nice amount of poke coming out. The Moonlight Vigil will miss as the siege continues here from the side. Oh man, that was a really nice cleanse. Henna expecting that to come down, times it perfectly. Keen doing his own thing on the top side. And it looks like he might, no, he's not gonna quite get that inner turret.
Oh, minions? Maybe? No.
Nah.
No minions.
They're waiting for Corki. As
hey,
we do have the Baron started up again. You know, I like how Kwangdong Freaks are really trying to press the issue here. They're not just sitting around. But again, it's hard, you know? They get the teleport, at least, out of the Gragas, so that's one win that the Kwangdong Freaks do get from this play.
Lava waiting.
Yeah, don't want to pick up that package until the Dragon fight, probably, which is in about 30 seconds, so he'll just wait here.
He has TP. He's completely fine. There we go. And he's zooming. He's on his way as Fred and Brion throwing everything on the line for Cloud Soul Point.
Cloud Soul Point.
That's the one.
Sounds cool.
It does sound cool.
I gotta rewatch Cloud Atlas. What a great movie.
There's been so many of those jokes made as well.
I know.
Kind of crazy you haven't done it yet.
I mean, I've seen it.
Well, no, but like rewatched it yet.
Yeah.
After last year in the LCK, you know?
I gotta do that.
And this is good.
Keen he's like, no, what we're doing is not working. Like, I'm just gonna side push. You guys figure it out. Now, this does mean that Umpty will probably be able to pick this up as Lava clears the wave with 1R. And he does have his package available. Umpty getting to work onto this Drake. The rest of the team trying to play bodyguard for him in the mid lane. That's okay. Henna with no cleanse this time around. The Q is going to land, but again, it's Xayah. It's not like a Jin or anything. As the Graves, Keen does pick up the turret in the top side, but Cloud Soul Point is picked up here for Fred and Brion.
Oh.
That's now 2 Qs that have landed and no engage. It's very difficult.
Like, you can't. You seriously need someone on Fred and Brion to make a big overstep Because I think you can go in here, but that just means you lose the fight and you give up Baron. You need to find a way to force these cooldowns. That might be the start.
Fade's got some good poke of his own. He's trying to prove that there. Clips was up, thankfully, for Hoyt. So Lava with blue buff now and 3.5 items. He is going to be extremely difficult to handle here, of course. Keen, it's going to take him way too long, and they need to deny vision for like 2 minutes while he takes out that Baron. So just trying to force ㅅ2022 to make a mistake. 330 CS right now for Lava.
This is the problem, though. ㅅ2022, it's only 9 minutes until we've reached their timer, right? Like, after 40 minutes, they don't make mistakes. Because every play is a good play if you just commit hard enough, and ㅅ2022, they are the kings of committing hard. Not in terms of mid-game, because we're sitting at 2 kills. We might actually... Are we gonna?
It's possible, but
gonna break record.
Extremely unlikely.
Not the free kill one, but like the lowest. If this game lasts long enough, and we keep the kills low,
it doesn't have the time of that game.
Maybe G-Sun can help us with this. This is definitely a question that I think needs answering.
Yeah, G-Sun, if you're out there. She said no.
She's not out there? Or
yeah, she's not out there. KSV versus Rocks 2018 Spring. Match 83, so it was their second matchup. It was the lowest amount of kills in LCK history. If we could get the time in that game that was spent, 25 minutes or so, that would be fantastic. Okay, we're getting to work on that. Thank you, G-Sun. As the split push is getting pretty annoying. Keen is getting some real value here. And ㅅ2022 are losing turret by turret. They're trying to wait 8 more minutes. They gotta wait until 40. That's really the spike. As they spot Corki on the rotation, and that means that Guangdong Freaks immediately say, let's go for a fight, let's go for a Baron, let's do something on the top side of the map, as Keen is being extremely difficult for Sword to handle.
He's up. A lot of creeps. Flame Horizon has been passed a long time ago. Gragas can absolutely not deal with the amount of pressure that's coming through from this Graves. The problem is Keen alone enough? If it was playing Tryndamere, I would be a little bit more optimistic about the prospects of him actually solo carrying this game. But thus far, I think on the Graves you are not as fast necessarily as Tryndamere taking down turrets. It's a little bit harder for you to guarantee trade back because you of course don't have the ultimate, and your escapes are, while still great, especially with the flash up as well, not quite at the level. But Keen now, he's on 4 items, right? And Teddy's getting close. And once Teddy finishes the Bloodthirster as well, you have 2 ADs and 4 items, and anything is possible. Because while ㅅ2022 have scaled into a position where they are undoubtedly feeling incredibly comfortable, that in of itself does not guarantee a win. As I am sure that there's going to be a situation making sure that Guangdong gets an next Drake, so that we are looking at a maximum amount of time spent before before the Elder. Before the Elder. How are you hanging in there?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Oh, we're just chilling. I'm used to this. I was forged in these flames. I was there in 2018, okay? I don't know
Maybe
if I was casting that game, but...
It's just the rookie in me still kind of shining through,
Yeah, we're just hanging out. Just hanging out with chat. Hi, chat. Hope you're doing okay. Hope there's not too many resident sleepers out there.
They wouldn't.
We're all enjoying this game. Maybe a couple of IAAs in the chat. As that's a really nice engage, but again, there's just so much disengage. The ability for Viego to just run away, the ability for Rakan to just run away. They don't have the Gragas, which I think is hurting them for sure. Here comes 2 people, actually. Umpty and Delight trying to make their way over to Keen. Nice cast, decent cast, not the best, as he is definitely going to go down here as there is so much CC. He will be taken out. 700, 600 gold into the pockets of Umpty, and you can see that Lava with the package will be basically impossible to hold down, and he can just keep tabs on this Baron if they do go for it. Teddy, you're dead. Oh man, he nearly died So close. 2 R buttons, guys. 2.
And this is the core issue for Kwangdong Freaks, is that even with Keen drawing 3 people as we get some action.
Hey!
Let's go. Nicely done, Fate. It doesn't matter, because you cannot force a Baron. Yes, if Kwangdong Freaks is earlier that they could be on that objective already. Was, I think, still in the... No, was there with the rest of Red Brion, collapsing onto Keen. But then there's Corki. And that kind of makes all other arguments moot, because good luck trying to get a Baron.
Wow.
Fate.
The crowd goes wild every time. It's kind of crazy.
I mean,
but again,
they can get this.
They need to hit lava, I think. That's really the issue. Also, he needs to hit these rockets, as the damage is certainly getting in there. Keen now trying to front line with Hoyt. So they're trying to deny this as much as possible, as Hoyt is taking a huge amount of damage, and that's going to be LeBlanc picking it up, and Elise Sin just disappears. But the Baron was taken by the Kwangdong Freaks, so now we'll see what they can do with it. It is 5v4 now in favor of Fred Brion. They're trying to rotate over here to Fate, but not quite going to pick him up just yet.
He's not going to fall for that. Lots of available, very rapid rotations. Here for Fred Brion.
I think they want to die 5v4.
Yeah, I think they should.
Okay, well, the flash is not quite going to work, but they do find the Aphelios. Teddy's going to go down. And that means that now, 5v3, that's going to be 5v2. LM's still not available, as the push is coming in here for Fred Brion.
And that might just be the end of the game. Baron minions or not, I don't think you can push through this. Keen desperately trying to clear the wave.
I don't know, you see Fade, he's trying to find the angle too, but at the same time for Fred Brion, I don't think you can end this. It's too risky, there's no objectives, but at the same time, look at that top wave. And teleport available on Fate. You're taking a risk if everybody gets wiped. So they're just going to wait. They're so close to 40 minutes, Chronicler. They can taste it.
Not quite there. Not quite there yet. Opportunity to pull the trigger, as do see the Baron getting taken. I think a lot of the work being done there by Fate, getting Onti as low as he did. And we also see the devastating power of that lethality Xayah, right? Well, the damage that comes through is ludicrous.
Imagine if Lava was actually hitting missiles too.
Yeah, that would be way worse as Teddy. That was a really nice angle. Well found by the light. I think that Teddy felt very safe from that specific direction.
Yeah.
Very clearly ready, had the flash as well, was never going to be able to escape that much dive. That's one of the issues that we haven't even really talked about. Fred Brion want to get on top of the Aphelios, and they can't find an angle. He's dead. There's little to no peel available. Everything on Kwangdong Freak says go in, which normally will be okay. Into the composition of Fred Brion, not so much. So Elder Flip?
Would it be a Fred Brion without Fred Brion game without one? I mean, this is definitely, you know.
You know what's going to happen, right?
If you had asked me before the game, if Game 2 had gone to an Elder Flip, I would have said 100% yes.
But you know what's going to happen, right? Kwangdong is going to win the Elder Flip. And
Definitely could happen. Lava's going to be out of position. He's going to like Valkyrie the wrong way. And we're going to Game 3. Could happen.
I could see it. And honestly, I think for Kwangdong, after the previous game, they would be overjoyed. Just hard to imagine with the position that Fred Brion is in right now, effectively even in gold, have the Cloud Soul, have so many ways of shutting down everything that Kwangdong Freaks wants to do. Because we saw earlier, even in a situation where they try to split the map, as long as Lava is there, you have infinite wave clear, you can't take objectives, and all he needs is the rest of the team to eventually show up. And he's at so little risk from anyone on Kwangdong. There's no definitive lockdown. There is no Camille or something of the sorts on the enemy team where you just have a 100% guarantee that that Corki is going to die. So then what do you do?
Well, I like how they're trying to pull Fred Brion apart a little bit, because even if you don't get Lava, maybe you can catch like Umti in rotation or Henna in rotation, even Delight, you know, just to give yourself a better chance at fighting eventually. They've got Fate in one lane, they've got the Graves in the other, Keen in the other lane. And essentially you're just trying to pull them apart and not allow them to 5v5 and provide protection for Henna and Lava.
So Jason has come through for us, and it is 33 minutes and 52 seconds that the faded lowest kill game in the LCK ever came through. So you know it's effectively 1 kill every 10 minutes. A little bit, not quite there, but
yeah,
close enough.
I think I remember
so
that game.
all we need is 70 minutes of game.
Uh-oh.
As Henna.
Oh, they're going to find him, though. That body slam was so close. He's going to get out now, but could have been at risk of losing his flash.
I don't think we're going to hit the 70 minutes, Valdas, with Elder on the board and
No.
Fred LeBrion in their comfort zone.
It's Elder Flip. I mean,
yeah,
it's the
all or
way.
nothing.
It's the way of the world. This is how it all ends.
In glorious chaos.
Yeah.
Everyone to the one objective, designed to end games, so that the LCK can't keep doing this exact thing that we're witnessing right here. Oh, there's an angle. They haven't seen him yet.
Package available for Lava. Keen is not here just yet, but he will get here on time. Fade doing his best to try to poke it out before the fight even begins. As now, with the tankiness and some of the lifesteal that they do have on their side, they're trying to chip away at this Elim. Still looking for the angle. He's on vision now. As the damage is coming in. Keen now trying to front line. And there's one rocket.
That'll do it.
One rocket. As Moonlight Vigil is going to be pretty good. Hits a couple of them. Collateral damage does come in and hits them down, but this Baron, this Elder goes the way of the Xayah at the end of it all, and immediately the Elder damage does come in. Keen is trying his darndest to do what he can in the Dragon Pit. He is actually so tanky.
Too tanky.
As, nope, he's going to get executed by Sword, and that should be it, guys. That should be the end of the game, just like that.
And as a Kwangdong fan, it was not the best of nights. As a Fred Brian fan, this is where they shine. This is the comfort zone. And this is hopefully one of the last times that we see Corki being left open.
Hopefully.
On B1. And not getting picked. As Fred Brian, they take their time, but they do it cleanly, Valdez.
They got past 40. They made it to the Elder Flip. That's their comfort zone. They feel really good. They get the Elder down. It's taken by the Xayah. Can they end the game is the question.
Wait.
The light is going to go down. Lava
Teddy!
still alive here. And Lava, all he's got to do is kite around the Nexus, and nobody can kill him. Down it goes. GG. 2-0 for Fred Brian tonight.
And for Fred Brian, it is a breakaway from that 9th place. And I gotta say, Vals, after the first game, it was hard to imagine another outcome, right? As, man, the endurance on these guys, every single time, they carry it through to the very end. And as bad as one would feel for the Kwangdong Freaks, as we can see the heartbroken faces, Fred Brian is a team that's easy to root for. All of them smiles, all of them hugs. Umti leading his team to yet another victory.
Umti can hardly believe it. He's so happy as he grabs the arms of his teammates. And everybody gets their bow on. Gotta love it. Fred Brian just doing what they do best. And you know, we can talk about all of the stuff that happened in the draft.
Aww.
But the two top laners here, this is wholesome. Seeing them talking. Morgan looks really, really happy after that win as well.
Oh, happy for the rest of his team. Still joining in the victory. Lava, yeah, you got to play Corki. I don't think it's happening again. I thought he was gonna do the classic Lava pose. As Umti sharing some gifts with the fans, and one more.
And they say no. Is he running somewhere else to throw it away from the car? Classic Umti.
Oh, I love Umti so much.
Classic Umti.
What a player.
The light's getting in there too.
Oh, it's all shenanigans. It's all smiles. Fred Brian fans can rest easily and happily tonight, knowing that the team was able to fight their way back from the bottom place in the standings. A team that I think is still a little bit better than their current place suggests. While they might not have the pace of some of our other teams, the strength of the schedule always has to be mentioned when looking at their current score. And it is interesting to see how they will fare throughout the rest of the split as they take on teams that are expected to match a little more evenly.
Lava looks so tired. Head goes up. And it was a grind, for sure, especially that second game. You know, we like to make jokes about it, but the pros are the ones actually playing, and, you know, the tension is there the entire time, guys. Even though we say, okay, nobody can touch Corki, like, Lava makes one false maneuver, one wrong mistake. He goes down. He could be the reason why his team loses. And so there's a lot of pressure when you're in that position to make sure you're not making any mistakes and that you can carry your team. So they do their job. Umpty is extremely thankful to all the fans who have come out to support them. Even, you know, at their best and at their worst, fans will always be there, and they deserve their thanks for that.
And I'm really happy you pointed out because, again, it is very much a battle of endurance in situations like this, right? Like, it really takes a lot out of you to maintain an incredibly high level of focus for such long periods of time. Because, yeah, there's an edge in draft, but we've also saw in game number 1, even though the result didn't go the way of Guangdong, that sometimes it's all you need is good execution. All you need is find the right angle, a single misposition on an enemy to get a victory from that point onwards. And in the case of Fred Brian, they just seem to be able to manage those marathon sessions a little bit better than anyone else. And look at this. Corki and Hannah are just single-handedly pushing back the rest of Guangdong while this is happening.
Yeah,
and there's just no way for that to engage on them.
Yeah,
don't do it.
And if you see that happening, like, you basically have one of two options. Either you go all in on the Baron, or you try desperately to get an engage onto the Corki. And they kind of did neither. Kind of just hung around and waited to stop the push, and they got into even more trouble with that really nice flank from Delight that did come in. And at the end of the day, it wasn't enough to stop the onslaught.
That's the moment that Aldo goes down.
How did LeBlanc even die? Just like up there on top by yourself. Died to Corki.
Yeah.
So I think we know how, actually, without even truly seeing it.
성원이 형 텔로 오고 나머지 가자. 앞텔로 최대한 태훈이 피흡해봐.
나 좀만 주면 돼. 앞에 시계. 괜찮아.
나 강타수. 그러니까 이플 해줘.
그러다가 이플하면서 해줘. 그냥 텔각
미리 타줘.
성원이 형 완전 천천히 해도 된다. 잠깐만 지금 끝내줘.
얘들아 진정. 앞에 높을. 앞에 높을. 그냥 성원이 형 그냥 풀 박으면 이제 초시 빠지거든요.
Pushing too slow. We can end.
침착하게.
내가 살짝 왼쪽 타워.
침착하게 해줘. 침착하게. 타워쳐. 맞지 말고.
나 괜찮아.
이플궁 불 거야.
It's okay. They're like reassuring themselves as they push to get the win.
막아줘요. 이제 막아줘요.
Block for me, block for me.
레오나 막아놓게. 괜찮냐?
I'll stop Leona.
쳐봐.
Hit the Nexus, hit the Nexus.
좋다, 좋아.
And there you have it. That's how Fred Brian got the win. As the damage numbers are hilarious. Fate tried his best, as did Keen, I feel. You know, Teddy never really got a chance because a lot of the team fights were just, you know, Corki would land one bomb and they were like, well, I guess we don't get to fight anymore.
Yeah, I think in a composition like this, Teddy never had an opportunity, right? Like, there's just not really a way for him, if Fred Brian played out well, to ever get anything done. And this kind of reaffirms our statement that we've made again and again, is that Felios' first pick is in of itself a risk, and when Corki is open, just don't do it.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest lesson that we learned today. And perhaps all the teams will take note of that in the future. We can only hope. But I hope you guys did enjoy the cast. I'm going to hand it over to Atlas and Wolf to break down that final game.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the cast on the day. That was definitely a long one. Let us break it down.
Take a look at that draft. Look at that Corki down there on the first pick position. They left it open.
No, it's not in the first pick position. That's the problem.
Well, first pick on red side, first rotation. They didn't take it in the first pick position, as you mentioned. That's where the Aphelios is that they took instead of taking the Corki on blue side. It's Lava's Corki. He's very well versed on it. Win rate not amazing career-wise, but it's definitely a champion he loves to play. And then they just left the early game to its own devices and let him farm up and take all the CS on the map.
Yeah, that's the problem. I'd actually really like to see the win rate of Corki like above 35 minutes because I have a feeling it might be 100% because we just saw another game drift into the late game and then Corki existed. We're going to have a look at Corki right now. Currently this season, I believe 10-5 is the win rate. Had a couple of awkward times earlier on, as you can see right there. KD8, not exactly the greatest, but that damage per minute stat is actually ridiculous because this is across everyone that's played it. I know that of all time, Lava does over 40% of his team's damage whenever he plays Corki. It's in every meta.
It's ridiculous. And Corki is in a position, especially in this particular matchup between these two very slow-paced teams, where you're kind of guaranteed to go to the late game. Like, why would you ever let this happen with Fred Brion, especially because Kwangdong, as much as we've said it so much, and as much as I don't want to be a broken record, just cannot play well around map objectives yet. The coordination just isn't there yet. They're not playing around vision. They're not setting up great side lane. Keen was eventually like, I'm trying to win the game. Like, eventually, if they don't stop me, I'm going to kill the Nexus. But if you play that slow style, eventually the Corki is just going to become too strong later on.
Yeah, and there's two curses that I know of in the world. One of them is that Defense Against the Dark Arts can never have the same teacher 1 year after the other. And the other one is Keen is going to be in Elo Hell because it just happens every single time. It does not stop without fail. Let's bring up our first highlight here of, unfortunately, Elam getting caught out of position.
Yeah, so this is Elam trying to come over here and look for something on this Drake, but unfortunately it was a really, really optimistic call. And the reason why we picked this highlight here is just to showcase that early on in the game, Fred Brion had control. They were able to take the first Drake, and with a composition like what their opponents drafted here, the Kwangdong Freaks should be looking to make aggressive plays. Didn't have enough map control, didn't have the prio. And if you're Elam, what are you looking for here? Because if you give an early kill over and extra map presence, that means the game just slows down. And that's exactly what the Corki wants.
Yep, exactly right. And the slower, the better. It's not only what Corki wants, but it's what Fred Brion wants. The gentleman on the cast was saying this the entire time. Like, this was Kwangdong Freaks, like, playing directly into their hands. Like, they saw exactly what they wanted to do and they were like, okay. And then there wasn't really too much more to it after that, right? Like, it was very, very slow, but if you're Kwangdong Freaks and you're handshaking that, like,
you can't.
Yeah, you just straight up can't. It's really frustrating.
We went so late in the game before we hit that second highlight, and we could go ahead and pull it up. Like, there were so few kills leading up until that moment, so much so that the casting duo was talking about whether we might actually break the record for lowest kills.
Yeah.
Tied it, and then we were talking about, like, kills per minute. Did we break that record? I don't think we got the exact number. I think we just barely did not, but it's
for the first 33 minutes of the game, which is how long it took for those 3 kills to happen and the game ended, yes. We were actually winning in this particular game. But let's have a look at the final clip here is the classic Fred Brion Elder flip that they know so well.
Look at Keen try his hardest to just put an ult in and then hope for the best here, as unfortunately they end up getting this one stolen away by the Xayah. And I say stolen, but they were in a pretty good position to take it. And the cast onto Teddy here means that he is stuck on the outside of the fight. And once the Elder hits, with all this damage, I mean, we're 40 minutes plus into the game. Everybody just evaporates, except Keen, who unfortunately is on the wrong side of the fight early on because he ulted out to hope to do enough damage for the LeBlanc to clean up. Did not happen, and I mean, it's all down to one anticlimactic end here, unfortunately, for the Kwangdong Freaks. And Kwangdong playing into, I think, their own weaknesses as well as their opponent's draft here, sadly.
It's really rough, right? Because we saw that DRX series and it was the same thing. It was a 2-0, but it was long. It was a hard-fought slog, and then often came down to one, if not multiple Elder Drakes that sealed the deal in the end. And that must be so difficult as a team to like come back into the coach's booth and be like, it happened again.
Yeah.
You know, it's really rough. But on a positive note, Fred Brion, they stuck to their guns. Sword comes in, plays exactly the same as we knew, and we're gonna have a look at the POG for this one. Let's bring it up onto our screen. It will be lava, and we could have just brought that Corky graphic back up again.
Yeah,
of course.
I voted for Corky.
yeah.
I didn't vote for Lava. I mean, he played fine. There were some
47.3% damage share is pretty good.
It's pretty good, and he did have some struggles in the mid game hitting the rockets, but in late game, when he was a lot safer and the team was playing around him better, he did a lot. This was a really nice Valkyrie play here to help secure that kill onto LM we were talking about earlier on in the game.
Yep.
As things just got easier and easier for him the later we went into the game. He was able to build defensively. His early Maw actually changed the build of Fate, as Chronicler was pointing out. You know, he started off early going into the Shadow Flame, then decided to go for the Void Staff.
Yeah, it was actually really cool. Understanding that the game was going later just unfortunately wasn't enough.
And I mean, he played Corky very well to the most important parts of the game, the late part where the big objectives came through. And Guangdong, man, something has to give, something has to change here, or I'd love to see a change of drafting style where they play early game comps over and over and over again until they feel more comfortable, to be honest.
Yeah, there needs to be some effort made around, you know, tempo and decision making and things like this. We did have a lot of Henna votes. I think
he played very well.
Yeah, and we actually saw the power of this lethality Zyre that has started to find some popularity but wasn't successful in its first couple of games here in the LCK. But today, that's two back-to-back wins for the pick, and definitely looks pretty good. But now it is time for the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Season for the interpret translation, joined by Sword and Lava from Freddy Brian. Congratulations! First off, Sword, this was your comeback match. How do you feel? Oh, to be honest, it's really hard to describe. You know, it was a new start. It's something really new for me. It's so meaningful for me, especially that I was able to play this match, and also it was so thrilling in the end. And hello, fans. This is Freddy Brian's top, Sword, Sungwon Choi. Welcome back. Whoa, we had some tough moments in game number 1 as well. Did you feel extra pressure, especially because of the fact that you are making your return in the LCK? To be honest, today, you know, I didn't focus on the opponents, how they play. I rather wanted to focus on myself and our team, how we play together. So my focal point was our team play and teamwork. And Lava, LOL King, finally you stopped your 3-match losing streak and you are gonna be having a great vacation after this victory. I mean, I thought our performance early on was decent, but with that losing streak we were falling apart. But with this victory, I think we will be able to have a really nice break. He wasn't that nervous, Sword, so I wasn't too worried about having him on the roster. I guess you are still used to the LCK stage, right? Definitely. We had an early lock-in from Guangdong Freaks of Renekton Nidalee combo, and you decided to play Gwen into them. Gwen is really good into Renekton when it comes down to the laning phase, but I do feel a lot of pressure of the potential gank from the jungler. But I still thought that I would be able to counter that play, but still Kiin is Kiin. He was so strong in lane, so yeah, my laning phase didn't really go well. But still, late game is what Gwen loves, so I still wanted to wait until I hit the power spike in the end. In fact, we had some epic game-ending highlight from game number 1. Did you have the confidence that you'll be able to close out the game? The moment when TF teleported down to the bottom lane and the rest were fighting on the top lane, and then I also joined them for the back door. I thought it was gonna be a very easy, you know, end for us, but Leona and Victor was fighting so hard to stop us. But Lava, that short Destiny Gate was so on point actually, so we were able to get a kill onto that Victor and close out the game. Yeah, Lava, that 3cm ult was so impressive. Tell us about that. We were, you know, losing the late game, so it was like now or never for us. So I just wanted to, you know, go for that play, give it a shot. And then after I saw Victor coming back, I thought it was pretty much impossible, but I just wanted to still give it a shot and trust ourselves. In game number 2, we only had 2 kills up until 35-minute mark in the game. When was the moment that you had the confidence to win in the end? I mean, not until we had the Elder fight, but still, you know, I could feel that I was scaling pretty well into the mid and the late game. So with the poke damage I've got, I was sure that we will be able to win. You two were the one, you know, breaking down the Nexus in game number 1 and game number 2 as well. So is there any memorable moment you guys had throughout the series today? Any calls? Well, game number 1, you know, I was supposed to win lane, but, you know, I got dismantled. But still, my teammates were telling me, it's okay, still Gwen wins late game. So with their encouragement, I was able to cheer up. And then that was the power that actually enabled me to win the late game team fights. I want to say thank you to my teammates. What about you, Lava? Any call you remember? Nothing particular? How did the players react after you used the final TF ult? Nothing, no reaction, to be honest. It was, I mean, everyone on our team doesn't really talk much. Moving on, we had the Freddy Brian only comp down on the bottom lane, the Arizaya and Recon comp. Why do you guys love that lovers duo so much with that specific rune? Our coaching staffs are always watching, you know, how other regions are playing, their draft, their picks, and we tried it out. And Hena was pretty good on that build, so we thought this is very viable. Your next opponent is Nongshim Red Force, and that's a must-win series in order to start off a winning streak. To be honest, we have a very long way to go, to be perfectly honest. You know, I just want to focus solely on our teamwork and fundamentals, and, you know, have this all the puzzle work together. And Lava, would you like to add on to that? We finally won, and we finally kind of learned and realized how to win League of Legends, so we will from now on adapt that into the upcoming matches. Any last message for the fans out here and also watching the match? Happy New Year, everyone. Happy Lunar New Year. I'll see you guys back after the break. And that will be it from Lava and Sword from Freddy Brian, and back to the analyst something space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun. She doesn't want to get called out like last time. I apologize. I'll say sorry later in person. Yeah, this is indeed the analytical rug space, if you wanted to be 100% sure. Let's bring up the standings and see how this settles things as Freddy Brian move up to 8th place and Quantum Freak's sole possession of last.
There were some pretty big symptoms in their 2nd and 3rd series, Guangdong Freaks, and then in that DRX series we were really worried, and now I think they're settled at the bottom where we think that everyone collectively is feeling they are right now. But it's still first round robin. There's still time to bounce back. Playoffs still obtainable. This is not the end of the world, but we have to see improvements here. We really do. A 3-game losing streak now for Guangdong.
Exactly. And let's have a look at what we are going to be getting into tomorrow. Gen G versus KT Rolster. This is a big one. Actually, you know, dating back many, many years, right? The matchup between Gen G and KT, but it is, again, still a very, very exciting one. And then DRX. See whether they can keep their form. This is a team that started winning, and now they're up against Nongshim Red Force, who just came off a loss, but are a very dominant team themselves. Two pretty interesting matches tomorrow.
Yeah, really excited, especially for that KT Gen G one. I think KT is looking a little bit beaten down a little bit after those last few losses, but I think they have a really high ceiling, and if they prepared really well, it could be a close series.
Plus, Rascal versus his old team, stuff like that. Certainly a lot of narrative, juicy things to get into, but we'll have to do that tomorrow. But for now, good night.